Hunger Games every time they open housing.
Maybe odds be ever in your favor.
And this is why I play Diablo. I show up, I kill a few monsters. I go, still didn't get the ancient legendary I was looking for. Okay, now I have to go do chores.
Right. So
Hey, we got 2 minutes.
both my clocks are supposed to be on atomic time, and yet they are still. Thank you.
Quantum deviations.
Oh yes. It's just a few inches. What does it matter?
And that would be why I'm not an engineer. I literally am one of these people. I can measure it 4, 5 times. I cut it, and it is always wrong. Always. It doesn't matter if I'm building something, if I'm making clothes. It is always wrong the first time. I am the best person in the world with seam ripper. I have mad skills in getting the things I've done.
Has anybody been playing TOTK? I think I just want to talk about it with people, but I'm not that far, so I would want to talk about it, but I can't also talk about it with like half my friends because they're all like, "Yeah, no, I'm pretty much done," and I'm like, "Don't talk to me," because I was gone for the week that it released, and I was like, "No."
Alrighty. Well, everyone, welcome to Game Recommendations, also known as I spent half the night on World of Warcraft. What do? I'm your moderator. I'm Lee Roberts. I am an avid Destiny 2 addict and Fortnite. So I'm also currently vice chair of ConCarolinas, but we'll talk about that later. I'd like to have our panelists introduce themselves one by one, and we'll start with you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Sarah Madsen. I'm an author, obviously, and a game designer. I've written mostly for tabletop role-playing games. You may have seen me in The Keys from the Golden Vault or Candlekeep Mysteries from Wizards of the Coast. I'm also now writing for an indie video game called The Necromancer's Tale, and I am a major gamer. I love mostly RPG-based video games like Dragon Age, Mass Effect, The Witcher 3, but I play a lot of stuff. So.
My name is Mel Todd. I have about 40 books out, and a lot of them are over there next to the escalator. Please come buy them because they're heavy and I don't want to take them home. I have been playing and gaming for a very, very long time. The first game I actively remember playing was D&D in 1979. Yeah, it's been a while.
Let me try that again. I'm S.M. Hillman professionally, but you can call me Sean. I'm a speculative fiction writer. I've written reviews for N-World. I've done a little bit of adventure writing and game design. But I'm also working on miniature war, historical miniature rules. So I do a lot of the gaming stuff. And I've also been doing it for a very long time.
And my name is October K. Santorelli. I am also an author. And I also write comics and video game pitches. So the original concepts of games before they become game. And I play a lot of RPGs as well. Dragon Age is so freaking good. But I also play a lot of cozies like Animal Crossing and the Song of Seasons and Harvest Moon games and stuff like that. And Nintendo. So much Nintendo. So much Nintendo.
And see, that's where I got my start. Was like with Duck Hunt and the original Super Mario Brothers. I actually started cheating and put it in like pegging the light gun on the screen just so I wouldn't miss. But even then, video games just kind of became a gateway where it was video games. Then I got introduced to Dungeons and Dragons. Through that came Pathfinder and even miniatures like Star Wars Legions, Warhammer 40K, and it just I didn't realize how much of a slippery slope it was until I was at the bottom.
You think you're at the bottom.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
right.
Yeah.
And there's another.
It's like, oh
slope.
no, there's more.
And so with that, where did you begin on your gaming journey?
The year was 1990. And I was 9 years old, and my dad brought home an N64. And that was the very first video game console I'd ever seen. And the very first game I ever saw was Ocarina of Time. I was horrible at Ocarina of Time. I was 9 years old and not coordinated enough. But my dad finished playing the game so that I could run around all the places. So that was the first game I played. And I still have that N64 and that original Ocarina of Time cartridge.
Oh, I miss my N64.
Mine was much earlier than 1990, whatever you just said. My dad had an Intellivision with Space Invaders and Donkey Kong on it. So that's where I originally started. And then we got a Nintendo, as you do. But I think I really got into games when we got a PC, because it sort of opened up. Like we played the Nintendo, but I didn't really. That was more just entertainment, passing the time, and it wasn't as much of like I'm actively playing this. I remember playing Myst for like hours and hours and hours, like trying to work out those puzzles, and there was no internet. So like working out the Myst puzzles, you had to basically know somebody who had figured it out already. So yeah, that's kind of where I got started.
So I never really did console gaming. I remember that some kids I was a nanny for had a console, and we did Super Mario Brothers, which I just still found stupid. But I can tell you for a fact, the only console game I've ever played all the way through was Chaos Bleeds, and that was because my husband had an Xbox, and he did all the hard fight scenes for me because that shit just made no sense to me. What do you mean it's A, X, B, Y? Here. For me, honestly, it was actual computer games. My father was a very early adopter of the Apple, like the build your kit Apple. So we had Colossal Cave Adventure and Aztec. You're running through the things. I mean, but yeah, because I was out adult, teen, working world and stuff. Basically, I just didn't get that much into computer games probably until about the 2000s, when all of a sudden technology did that huge jump forward, and I could actually have the computers to do it. And then console gaming just, even to this day, I don't own a Switch. I don't care. Is it that? If I'm gonna do that, I'm going to D&D, to card games, to board games. I actually know how to play all the solitaire games in real life.
So I guess there's probably like a 7-year period, probably starts around 78, where I think the first, and I mentioned this on the panel last night, the first more, I mean, it's considered rather banal today, but Risk was a big jump up from what we were playing, board game wise. And then it hits pretty quickly, so it's Risk, and then Dad brings home, or gets us for Christmas, a basic D&D box set. We get at first an Atari 400 computer with the sensitive touch keyboard that you're like, and actually learned basic, program basic on that very sensitive touch keyboard. But then we got an Apple IIc. Now let me tell you real quick about the Apple IIc. It was far superior to those other computers because the Apple IIc had 128K, and the other lesser computers like the 2E and the Commodore stuff, they only had 64K. So for very briefly,
A funny story. Back then, my dad wanted the computer. He borrowed $5,000 from his parents and convinced my mother to let him buy the computer because it had 64 megs of memory. He would never, ever need any other memory again. And she didn't let him live that down till the day he died.
It's true.
Because it was that computer, 64 megs of memory.
And so that was when the gaming really started, the computer gaming really started. Because I got our first game we got. And we had a disc of the month club when you put 5 1/4 discs in.
And hole punch them to use the other side.
And hole punch them to use the other side. But I played a game called Beyond Castle Wolfenstein, which suggested that there was a Castle Wolfenstein.
I actually do remember that one.
2D, but basically you have to sneak into the Führer bunker and set a bomb and escape. For a 6428K game with 2D sprite graphics, honestly, it was very intense, because if you had these little passes, and if you were going through the SS guards and you didn't give the right pass, like they give you twice. If you didn't have the correct pass, this blaring alarm goes off, and they're chasing you all around, and that's it. You've got to either do something to the alarm, or you got to get to the next level. Because basically, so that was very intense. But very quickly, as far as Nintendo's goes, we still have, that still has the original Nintendo with the robot that would spin, and the robot had a spinner, and it would put the spinner on either the orange key or the blue key for you. Obviously, it was much easier to use the controller, but that robot was very cool. We spent that Christmas, it took us like 6 hours to finally get that robot calibrated. But
All right, so with that, I'd say from what you've all been talking about there, you have a certain preference of platform or outlet that you would rather go with. And so, like in my instance, I'll typically play. I'll be on my computer for probably from I'd say 8 to 10 o'clock, and then I go to bed because I have to adult in the morning. What say you?
I mean, I'm mostly a PlayStation gamer at this point, honestly. I have a computer and I use it for things that I can't get on PlayStation or that I want to play with people who don't also have a PlayStation. So, but yeah, I'm mostly PlayStation because I work on my computer. I'm at my computer all day. So honestly, when I'm like, it's time for a break, I want to get away from my computer. So kind of being able to go in the other room and sit on my couch and play my PlayStation as opposed to being in the work chair, which is now the fun chair, but it's all the same chair. So yeah.
Yes, that's my problem. I'm at my computer all day long. No, I still prefer the computer for any, I guess, hardcore gaming. If I'm going to be trying to do something, I've been enjoying the Oculus more. I've gotten a few games that have been interesting. But most of the time, if I just want to zone out, I'm playing games on my phone. But yeah, anything else, I don't need any more toys. Seriously, I don't need any more toys. I don't have time for them.
I think, and this is probably unfortunate, but most of the times on the computer, unfortunately, had an apartment mishap in December, and that killed both the Switch and the Xbox. So soon hopefully we'll get newer versions soon, but until then, it's just the computer. But I tend to play, like I play Diablo and I play online stuff as well, but I tend to play much more strategic style games, so a lot of the Total War games, or Civilization, or some sort of space-based empire building.
I have made it through Civilization exactly once. The highest rating I've ever made has been Dan Quayle. I suck. I suck bad.
But also this kind of gets back to what you're saying about being on the computer all the time, especially since the pandemic normalized this. Most of the games that I run, as far as role-playing games, are via Zoom as well, and that really, and then you realize that you're also writing on your computer, and like, wow, we spend a lot of time together. I feel like I should buy you a ring or something.
I'm a little bit spoiled. I have multiple computers. I build computers for funsies. And so I built my gaming rig, and then I have a different computer that I write on. So it's separation of fun and work, and I luck out in that regard. But I do swap between my computers like 3 or 4 times a day, just so that I can take a break that takes like 4 hours. Especially when I have things I don't want to write. Um, I play my Switch typically more in the afternoon or the evening. Um, I basically swap between those two. Recently, Tears of the Kingdom came out, and I'm lost. There's very little besides Tears of the Kingdom happening in my life right now.
Yes, and I do all of my work, writing, etc. is on the Mac. All of my gaming's on the PC because it's not worth the trouble of gaming on the Mac. I literally just bought a brand new gaming laptop. It has Steam and BattleNet on it. That's it. No antivirus, no Office. It has Steam and BattleNet on it. That's all that's going on.
And so we've focused a lot on video games and being in front of screens and whatnot. What about other outlets, other media like tabletop or board games that you happen to really
That would
enjoy?
assume I actually ever leave my house to talk to anybody.
I really have gotten into a couple of card games over Christmas. My friend, I went to her house for Christmas, and she's got a massive family, and we played this game called King's Crown. And it is a card game that takes like 12 rounds to get through. It takes forever, but it is the most fun I have ever had at a family gathering in my entire life. It's like golf. You have to try and get the lowest score. And like every time you have cards left in your hands at the end of a round that don't match, like they have to be in sets of 3 or they have to be in sets of 4 or more. But they all have to match up. And if you have cards that don't match up, those are points. And I always lost horribly. I never won. But the moment you started losing horribly, the other half of the table that was losing started competing to have the most points. So, that's not the intention of the game, but it was the most fun I've ever had over holiday. And then one of my friends got me a game called Sweetlandia, which is like, it took me back to Candyland days, because it's this card game where you draw cards and you have an objective to build your little sweet town. And so you're drawing cards and trying to assemble your little sugar city, and and you want to make your objective while making sure everybody else can't make theirs, but you don't know everybody else's objective, and so
I keep kickstarting card games. I have lots of Munchkin. I have lots of other card games. Again, actually playing them would involve having people at my house, and that just doesn't seem to happen that often because, well, antisocial work, all that. I have so many games. I literally Faraway Adventures. Have you guys seen that? It's a D20, I think 5e capable system. But when you kickstart it, you get all the little figurines, and they're all cats and dogs. And the Manx cat is a barbarian, and the Siamese cat is a warlock, and they're a little. So I have that entire collection. They're all sitting in boxes because I haven't had time to read the rule book, B, set up a game, and then actually run the game. So I have lots of intentions and lots of things to play with people. I just don't have the people part.
I mean, I'm primarily D&D. I'm in 2 weekly Dungeons and Dragons games. I run a monthly Dungeons and Dragons game, and then I have another one that's supposed to happen every 2 weeks, but scheduling, so it doesn't always happen every 2 weeks. So it's mostly Dungeons and Dragons for me as far as like tabletop games go. But I did recently kickstart 2 different games. One's called The Longest Rest, and it's a horror game, like cosmic horror, eldritch horror kind of game, where it kind of builds on the concept of like the tavern. Adventurers going to the tavern and you have your long rest, but the tavern itself and everything within it is like an entity. And so like, yeah, I'm very excited to get that when I finally get it. And then the other one is the Revenant Society, in which you play a an undead or spirit basically trying to solve your own murder. So I just kickstarted both of those. I think this year, maybe last year. I don't know. Kickstarter, takes forever sometimes because they have to make the game.
Because China.
Yeah, it's China. And then I also play Mysterium sometimes, which is a similar murder mystery type game where one person plays a spirit that's inhabiting. I think is that the spirit of the person that died, and the other people are trying to solve your murder, but you can communicate with them via basically there's oracle cards they're just big illustrated cards, and you're basically trying to communicate to them you know the location that you were killed, what killed you, and who killed you. Like basically like Clue, right?
I was going to
But,
say
like,
reverse
candlestick.
clue.
But the cards are such interesting illustrations that like what you're trying to communicate via this card, they may not. So they're trying to interpret basically
Charades.
but it's just illustrations. So it's like visions you're giving them, and so they're trying to interpret your visions that you're giving them to figure out these things. So it can be a little bit frustrating if you're not on the same wavelength.
It's
And
a reverse clue with charades.
yes, so it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It was very interesting to kind of see how different players interpret, like where they went when they looked at things. So it was a lot.
So two I've got is cat magic, which is your entire thing is that you need to get these 4 things to create a spell. The problem is the cat is being helpful and will leave you dead mice as presents or will knock things off. And the entire thing is just a card game where you're competing with other people to get your spell done first. And then the other one is Gentleman Thief, which was done by Mountain Dale Press or Shadow Alley. One of the two. James Hunter.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Which one?
Shadow Alley.
Shadow Alley. Sorry, those two are kind of like they should just join together because Dakota and James. But yeah, the entire point of the game is to see who's the best liar and thief.
I think our go-to when my group does get together for working night, we usually our appetizer or palate cleanser is Carcassonne. We'll just bring out the Carcassonne, play a couple games of that, and we've tried a lot of the different ones, and so it's a lot of fun. Exploding Kittens is a lot of fun, and and Bloom also.
Unstable unicorn.
Yeah, things like
Kittens
that.
in a blender.
Yeah, these are all fun games. I mean, I have 2 cats. Our cats are great, but a little bit of vengeance is fun. And those are all like really great. Either if you have a large group on the side, people just playing something on the side, or as I said, they're great appetizers for the longer, bigger game. Which for us is either Pandemic, the train. Oh my God, I love this game so much. You get on a Ticket to Ride. Sorry. So one of those, or Lords of Waterdeep. But I around 2001, I got into the indie game movement as a designer and a player. So I tend to do like a lot of my RPGs as indie games. But gosh, right now I have a whole wide variety of either stuff from the 80s that I run or play in, or some indie, more recent indie stuff that I run and play in. So a whole list of things. I'm a big fan of Ron Edwards stuff. So Sorcerer is and Troll Babe. Troll Babe's a lot of fun. You never played Troll Babe. Now I can tell Ron, I picked your games.
See, with that stuff, I end up being a little more milquetoast. So friends of mine got me into apples to apples, and I don't believe we've ever once played that game the way it's written as it should be. Which then eased into Cards Against Humanity, and, which only got worse once you started getting the Star Wars expansion, the Harry Potter expansion, and there was I can't even remember half of the other ones, but then you got somebody coming in with say 5 to 6 different shoe boxes full of these things. And we play for hours, which leads into my next topic here. What games do you feel you can play for hours on end that you can't pull yourself away from versus
That's the wrong word. What games do you not allow yourself to play because days disappear? Okay, Civilization just now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I actually hack Civilization because I detest dealing with the other countries. I just want to build the space. So I go into the BIOS and say one player because I don't want random players. I just want to build my happy little civilization, and I will look up and it will be been 6 hours. I'm like, Skyrim,
Yes.
same
Oh my
thing.
God.
I have it. It calls to me, and I'm like, you're not getting installed because I don't play Skyrim with the whole, oh, I have this quest to do, and I have that. No, it's, ooh, there's a mountain. What can I find up the mountain? Oh, look, I haven't been to those mountains yet over there. So, ooh, flower. Yeah, no, I have books too.
Yeah. So I got Skyrim on PlayStation VR, which is amazing. I swear the first time like I went into it, I was just like, what is
No, I'm
happening?
not letting myself.
But
do this.
but it makes me motion sick after a little while, so I can only play it for about 45 minutes before I have to put it down, which is like honestly a godsend because I would just live in Tamriel. I'd be like, just somebody feed me, like give me some water while I'm playing this game. Another one I get sucked into, so I play Elder Scrolls Online, which is a lot of fun. In fact, like first time I started playing it, I got upset because it wasn't Skyrim, right?
Yeah.
But once I got past the fact that it's not Skyrim, it's very, very good. But they just introduced recently like a trading card game in game where you can play against other players or you can play against bots and then like you can win things and you can win furnishings for your house, which is like great. And I love it. And every round of it is like roughly 15 minutes to play like a hand of tribute. But I'm like, just one more round. I'm like, oh, I should go to bed.
I am not allowed to open The Sims when I have deadlines. And I don't just play The Sims, okay? Because I mean, I love to build things and I love to guide the lives of tiny little dolls. But I go extra hard and I do the challenges. And then as a writer, I have a channel that is in my friend server on Discord, and I tell them all about the drama that is happening with my Sims, and they read it like a telenovela. They're like, "What's happening to Sybil?" And I'm like, "Oh, you don't want to know, like, okay?" And so like, The Sims has become a thing in my friend circle, and if I open The Sims, it's over for the day. And I do a lot of Final Fantasy 14 online. Which also has a trading card game in it called Triple Triad, and it's actually got like this place called the Gold Saucer where you can just go and play like the claw game, and you can go and play the hammer games, and it's like a giant carnival, and you can play all the games.
You didn't spend enough time in our game now. Here's another time sink for you
Yes.
within the game.
Exactly.
More games in your games.
I kind of feel like I should be putting my la 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 la.
I think probably just for the time killer, I played Star Wars, Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic.
And because I've run through, all the classes now, you can kind of speed run, but it's still a lot of fun and it's a stress relief. But definitely get lost in that for a few hours. But really, probably, and I have yet to do it, but I'm constantly trying to perfect my Hearts of Iron, which is a World War II era game, run. Regardless of I'll go like, oh, Ecuador, you can conquer all South America, and unfortunately, Ecuador cannot. But it doesn't stop me from trying. And so I'm putting together the best divisions, and I'm researching and trying to be efficient. And so that takes up a lot of mental space as well, a lot of time. And so, it's 2:00 in the morning, but I'm just now invading China. Like, oh, no, I've got to get to sleep. So, that's probably my biggest, the one that sinks. It's that and Stellaris, which is a space simulator from the same company, Paradox. but space empire building is kind of my both um, analog because I started in the '80s doing that kind of stuff, like by hand, right? And computerized digital merge stuff as well.
All right. That actually took half the time that I thought I did not plan for this. So,
I mean, we could just talk about stuff. I have games. I can
Oh,
talk
yeah,
about.
so, okay.
Games I can recommend
Okay.
everything else.
guilty pleasures.
Ooh,
Ooh,
we're gonna
guilty
start
pleasures.
with guilty pleasures. The Sims. No. Okay, my guilty pleasure is Disney Dream Battle. I love that game. I did not think I would love that game. It is an amazing game. And it's like Animal Crossing and Harvest Moon meets a trip to Disneyland. It is so much fun. And there's so many clothes and there's so much stuff that you can run around and do. And then Mickey Mouse shows up and is like, huh. And it's like it's so much fun. That game. It has no business being that great.
And then Buzz Lightyear is like literally.
And Remy has his own restaurant, but he's like this big.
Guilty pleasure.
See, this is also why I don't install. I have found out like there was like a couple games I've had on my phone, and I'm like, and I went, I'm playing this, not doing this. Yet you just got deleted because I will know that some things are just fun enough that it'll pull me in. And right now, I like the portable games to be things that I can play for a little bit and then set down because I have these things called life that I have to do. I don't like doing it, but I have to. I mean, this is more of a game recommendation. If you enjoy solitaire, and I actually really enjoy solitaire because I tend to play the ones where there's always a free cell, Ada, Bakers, you can do that. There is a card game or an app called Card Crawl, and it is a D&D like solitaire game. And it is fascinating because you have a dealer and you have your hero that's there and he will deal 4 cards at you. And you have to clear all the cards. Well, the card might be a monster, it might be a healing potion, it might be a weapon, it might be a shield, or it might be one of the like there's 5 random cards in every deal. And your entire point is to make it to the end of all of the cards and still be alive. Yeah, I die a lot because if you misjudge what the next card coming is, or you get all monsters, you're just dead. There's just no way you can't have enough, and everything's used up as you do it. And each game takes like maybe 5 minutes, so it's just like, oh, this is kind of fun. Okay, and you're done. But there's quests, so you can keep. You want to keep playing because you can get quests, you can get different characters, and you can start doing rankings. So it's enough to keep me pulling back in without the I have to do another game. I have to do another game, which is good.
So I play the heck out of some Candy Crush Soda Saga.
Yeah,
Like, I am
that
not
one
gonna
has been deleted.
Yeah. But I love it because I can like I watch Critical Role, which is like every episode is like 5 hours long, right? But
Oh.
like, and you don't always have to be visually engaged with it, so I can like play Candy Crush Soda Saga, but still like listen and pay attention. But like it engages all the little like nice little serotonin pops for me. And I had to actually Gwent, which if you don't know Gwent is another trading card game that comes from the Witcher universe. Which when I played The Witcher 3, I was like, oh no, Gwent. I was like, I'm just gonna play Gwent forever. Like who Siri can wait, it's fine. But they made a standalone Gwent game for mobile that you can play Gwent against other people, and I put it on the phone.
GWENT.
Yep, and then I had to take it off my phone because I was like, I'm never gonna do anything other than play Gwent.
I'm gonna forget that I heard this name.
Yep, it's great. It's fun.
I know we can post that kind of stuff in various groups.
Yeah.
Went. Like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think mine probably guilty pleasure is the digital version of Lords of Waterdeep. Yeah, 'cause I love that game so much, but you don't always have 5. It's always better with 5 people. So I just go on Steam and I'll play against a bunch of bots and lose most of the time. But it's a lot of fun. It's but it's the nice thing is it's only 8 turns, and you do a lot on those turns, but basically, boom, 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 8 turns, you're done, and then you can start over, of course. Um, but you also can play with people. You can get other friends on Steam if you have friends uh, on Steam who like it. A friend and I both love this game so much that we would just get on and play against each other.
Ooh, we should start doing Steam weekends.
Yeah, Steam weekends. But yeah, it's a lot. World War II is a lot of fun, and it's enough strategy in it, and it's not as um, not as quite as cutthroat. I mean, it can be. Like I can play a cutthroat version of Ticket to Ride, but I usually don't, right? Because you can be like, oh, I'll just put a thing here or there and screw people up. But no, but it's Lords of War doesn't have to be terribly cutthroat to be fun and to get. So.
One of the things that like I said, I've been playing the computer games for a long time, and we were talking about this because they keep rebooting movies that don't need to be rebooted. I would love to see them do an updated version of Planescape Torment.
Yes.
That PC game was so good.
Yes, it was.
And you
Very well
really
written.
can't play it today because I'm sure it would look at all the new computers and just have a heart attack.
It would, yeah.
But yeah, but there's some games out there that I'd love to actually see newer, updated versions of. And Planescape, because I played all the way through Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I did the Elder Scrolls, but I did the PC game, where you complete everything. And some of those, I'd like to not have them as online. I'd like to have them as games that I can play and work my way through.
Yeah, I played the original Elder Scrolls Arena, when it was supposed to be just a fighting game, and it turns out there's a story behind which I don't quite remember, but they were making a fighting game, and then they're like, "No, I'll just do this whole." And then even for a '90s game with those blocky graphics and everything like that, it's phenomenally huge, and so that was that an update. I'd like to see an updated version of Arena. They've remastered Morrowind, I think.
Because I played all the way through Morrowind. We did Vampire the Masquerade, the PC game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the old one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what about the rest of you? Because that is a really good point. Is that there are games that we do love, and even games in our mind's eye that we haven't seen. What would you like to see either brought back or something that hasn't been touched upon that you would like to see?
I'll let them answer, and then I'll give you my geek answer because I'm still excited about this.
Okay. I promise I will try to make this rant a little short. So, like I said, I'm a Total War fan. I think the original Total War, medieval Total War, was sort of a hack of the Total War Shogun original. And I just going to mention this as an example. They had, because of the time when you're trying to get ambiance into a game, this was before 3D maps and stuff like this. So they did there were a lot of little touches, and I worried too that, and maybe it's just me, I like those little touches. In the early part of the game, there's something about there's still paganism in the north, and there's this wind sound, which is the first time I heard was chilling. I'm like, this is good design, right? So getting back to the games that I see again, I was a big fan, because I was a D&D player, of the gold box D&D games, Pools of Radiance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would love to see them go back and redo those, but I want the graphics and gameplay updated. I don't want them to use 5e rules. I don't want them to. I want essentially the same gameplay, with a better looking, a little more sophisticated game that doesn't crash on me when I go to Zentil Keep, at some point. I think for me, that would be then to redo the gold box games with their original rule set and play intact.
I think one of the games that I really want to see redone and updated now that Harvest Moon has become the Song of Seasons because of separations of Natsume, is Harvest Moon's Wonderful Life. Was the first Harvest Moon game I played, and there was just something so like poignantly sweet about it. I'm like, I want to see that, but with slightly updated graphics. And now that they've got more space for the memory and everything, I want to see it with like more people and more variables and like more to do. I think that would be an amazing game to play. And they've really gone and simplified a lot of their graphics and gone into a more stylized form. And I'm like, I really wish they'd go back to that semi-realism. Like,
Harvest Moon was kind of that like farming alternative to Animal Crossing. So
Yeah.
it was great.
it was fantastic. And they kind of redid Pokemon Yellow into Let's Go Pikachu, but I was a big Pokemon Crystal fan, and I'm like, I really want to see that one redone. Like for the Switch, with the graphics that they had for Sword and Shield or for Violet and Scarlet, I'm like, that'd be delicious. um,
I'd love to see them remaster and update the original, the first Dragon Age game a little bit. 'Cause, yeah, it would be so good. And I'd really like to see how they remastered Final Fantasy VII. I'd love to see Final Fantasy VIII because like 8 was my
It was my
like that like I played 7, but like 8 was my big one, and so I would love to see that with like updated graphics and stuff.
Give us more time in the car, please. I'm sorry. That's as soon as we got the car and was driving it all over the map, and no one told me beforehand that apparently it has a gas gauge, and yeah, that didn't go well. And you'd get stuck on the map in the car. Thank you.
Ooh, you know which would be a it's Tales of Symphonia would be really cool to see
I'm
redone.
sorry, have they not remastered any of the Tales games?
They
Are
haven't really. They just keep going. They're like, we'll just make a new one. But Tales of Symphonia was the first one that I played on the GameCube. Yeah, and you know the GameCube did not last very long. So
If you've never played the GameCube, it is probably the most nigh indestructible piece of technology that you would ever come across. It had a handle. It was perfectly symmetrical. You could take it anywhere. The only downside was that it was right there on the cusp of like online play, but you had to purchase your modem and your online stuff separately to install in the bottom of the console.
Yep.
That was where I came into Phantasy Star Online.
yeah, no, Tales of Symphonia would make a great redo.
So, first computer games, you don't really have any graphics because you're still dealing with the DOS screens. Well, the game was called Colossal Cave Adventures, and it was done by this developer who basically wrote it because he was bored. So the entire game was you are walking along the path. The road leads to the left or to the right. Which one do you go? And you would say, I go right. And would say, you come upon a cave. What do you do? And so the entire thing was walking through. Now, note, I'm playing this at somewhere between 10 and 12. The guy had done this amazing job with responding to your input to the point, again, remember I am 10 or 12, that my cousin and I are playing it and we're blocked. We cannot figure out, there's no hint manuals, there's nothing, it doesn't exist. We type fuck you into the game. Computer comes back with your place or mine. 10, we are just in giggles, and then we're hitting the return as fast as we can so that it gets up high enough so that my mother can walk in and see that we had typed fuck you into the screen. Well, I happened to be talking to a friend a couple of years ago, and we were geeking out, and I went, I could never get past this one spot where the dragon was on top of the Persian carpet, and you needed the Persian carpet. He's like, oh, because we're like, we tried this and this and this and this, and nothing worked. He's like, oh, the trick is you just had to attack the dragon with your bare hands. And I'm like, you what? So I had downloaded all the DOS stuff because I was going to do an emulator and play it maybe on my Mac when I had a chance. Well, I have Oculus. I'm thinking through Oculus. What? somebody faithfully went and created a VR version of Colossal Cave Adventure. I was playing it the other night, and literally, I'm like, oh, I remember that. And note that I played this game 40 years ago. You're going through, and all of a sudden, you see Zigzag on the wall, which was a magic word that you had to find out so that you could then transport. And you're going, and then the star wand glows. And I'm like, oh, I remember finding this. And I'm going through, I'm like, this is going to be so awesome. And I'm like, and I am so motion sick because you're just gliding through the scenery. So, I'm going to have to go back and see if I can do probably the teleport jumping in VR as opposed to the glide. But everything I've read said the guy didn't add new stuff. He didn't add new twists. He took the game and made it into a VR. So for me, that is just like the height of literally the most basic game in childhood. Because when my dad bought it, the salesman told him that if we could ever beat the game, he would take us out for a steak dinner. That is how hard and complicated this game because there's no manual. You would sit there and map where you were turning, and because all they would say was north, south, east, west, and so you're like sitting there trying to map your way through these caves and where things are. It ate up hours of my life as a kid.
That makes me wonder, because I'm not too familiar with VR games. I want to get one at some point, but I have two kids and I don't want to accidentally hit one in my blindness. What if they did something like they took, say, like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder or something like that, and actually fully mapped out an interactive single co-op whatever multiplayer
They actually
dungeon
have
world?
one
Do they?
kind of. It's called Demos.
Okay.
Demos is really interesting. You put it on, and you are in the basement with the table laid out. And if you're playing it with friends, the friends pop up,
Mhm.
and you've chosen what characters you want, and it's basically a card. So you have spells, and your spells are cards. But the entire thing is you have to pick your character up on the board, move it, and if things are behind doors, even though I'm looking down, I can't see what's in there until you open the door. And then all of a sudden, monsters or stuff.
Ugh.
And it is D&D. I mean, literally, we're like, okay, it's your turn. If you go here, you do that. There's a couple times where we're like, oh, wait, my battery's low. We're like, holy shit, we've been in here for 2.5 hours. And it's like, boom. But yeah, that one's actually fun because you're literally sitting there and all you see of the other person is their like goggles and hands. But you can talk to them because they're in the room. But it's literally like playing, and they have 5 or 6 different adventures that you can play through at different levels. We haven't made it past the first level yet. We die.
What game is that again?
Demos, Demeos. Or it's OES. It's one of the two. But yeah, that one is actually fun because if you have somebody else online, you guys, there's 8 different characters. You can either play one or each player can have 2 characters. Note to self: the bard should not be opening the doors. It never ever goes well.
So I think actually Wizards of the Coast is doing something. So there's virtual tabletops when you're playing online where you can. So like normally when you're at home and you have a tabletop, you have your map, and then there's virtual tabletops like Roll20 and things like that. So you can play online with friends who aren't there, and you can sort of map out where you're at. And I know Wizards of the Coast is trying to do a lot of very like forward thinking, I guess, stuff with their new virtual tabletop that they're hoping to come out with, where it's a little bit more video gamey. And I'm interested to see if they do eventually like implement like a VR where you can be on the battlefield like with your character and stuff like that. Like I would think that would be I'd be surprised if they didn't do something like that soon.
Yeah, I agree.
Dungeon Alchemist. If you haven't heard about that yet, it just came out. It was kickstarted pretty recently, and it is AI generated D&D maps. So you just draw a room and then drop it, and it puts in doors and walls and furniture, and it takes like 2 seconds to build a D&D map. And then you can drop a figurine and go into the view of the figurine and like walk around and open the doors. It doesn't connect to any of the online things yet. They're working on that part. But you can build your maps and stream it. I use it for streaming maps to my little D&D group. and putting it in their character's point of view.
Okay.
And then like stopping the stream so that I can zoom out with the map and be like, all right, now move to this kid.
So just as an offside, because I have a degree in psychology, not that I ever really use it. It is absolutely fascinating to me that you put on the VR helmet. And note I'm just using the Oculus, so it's just around my eyes. And for a second, you're like, oh, this looks funky. It takes less than 1 minute for your brain to completely accept everything you see around you as how the world is supposed to look. And I mean, you're not looking at a chair going, wow, that chair looks funny because it's 2D or anything. You have completely accepted that this is how the world works. And it is the most fascinating thing because you will be in there interacting with the various things in the various games. And then you take off your helmet, and for a split second, you're like, wow, this is cool. Because your brain, I mean, it astonishes me because I always assumed you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, look, they have a drawing of something. No, you accept that that is now how the world works in less than a minute. And so that's why it is so completely immersive, is because you're never fighting with yourself as to, oh, well, this looks funny. That's not what these things really. No, your brain's like, oh, everything looks like this, okay, and you go right on in. And so it's probably the biggest thing that I've seen about VR that I am just amazed at how fast our brain and eyes adapt that this is reality, and you keep right on going.
Old man, young Sean was like, I would love to have everything we talked about. Everything we talked about. Old man Sean's like, you can just get some graph paper and a pencil, people. What's wrong with you? Right? And it's been an interesting psychological journey for me. From that, I want, this is a cool game. I want to put it on a computer. Oh, I want to put it in virtual reality.
They have I don't have the money to buy one, but they have an investment opportunity. So the VR looks a lot like the helmet, but you're on a big like wheel thing that you can go any direction, and basically you're wearing a harness and you're pulling against the harness, so you can actually sit there and run, and it's moving, and you can turn and everything else. So it will drop you as a full VR experience where you're having to do all the work. If you need to get to the other side of the room, you're booking it, and they've got you hooked so that you can't fall. I've watched some of the videos of this, and I'm like, guys, I want this. I don't want it to the tune of $10,000, but but no, some of the stuff they're coming out with, because like I said, I like the Beat Saber because, oh my gosh, gets me up. The other one that I will be playing as soon as I get my garage back to me, because I learned the hard way that I don't have enough room. I need the entire garage. It's called Until You Die. And it is a hack and slash. And that's literally what it is you are sitting there hacking your way through enemies until they kill you. It is a workout, especially if you put wrist weights on. You are going to be covered in sweat before you die.
All right.
I'm a kid exercise. It's going to be like killing people. Come on.
All right. So we're right here at the end of our panel and everything. So if brain lapse, I apologize.
Good morning.
It's fine.
I need
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
caffeine, please. If you would want anyone to find you on your socials or anything as such, where could they find you?
I'm on Twitter, unfortunately, at Unfettered Muse, but also unfetteredmuse.com is my website, and you can find all the things I've written for all the various games and the book.
I am at meltod.com or badashpublishing.com. And if you look for me on social media, it's almost always, Instagram, Twitter, everything is at Badash Books.
Also, you can see her on the road because Vanessa and I drove past you on the way out.
Okay, so my truck is awesome. It has my logo. It has all these swirly smoke colors. It is eye-catching and it is gorgeous. And I love the truck.
You can find me, myself at thewickedvoice.com. I just actually, a couple days ago, The Language of Skeptics came out. It's a collection of short stories, mostly science fiction, a little bit of horror, a little bit of urban fantasy. Or if you're into conventions, especially around Atlanta, I'm sci-fi track director at JordanCon. I am the play or gaming track director at Multiverse. and I'm the video game director at Nerdy Rock. And there's actually a fourth one I'm going to be helping with. So, con season's busy.
And I'm October K. Santorelli. You can find my books here at the Fall Staff Table, and I also have an author signing in the Dealer's Hall from noon to 2 today. I have this little free novella that also has a QR code that will take you to my link tree, which will take you to all my socials. I'm on TikTok at OKWrites. I'm on Instagram at O_K_Writes because somebody stole the other one. And I am online at OctoberKSantorelli.com. And I have 2 more of my Fall Staff trading cards for anybody playing Misfits, the Gathering.
I didn't know that. Okay.
If you get 5 of these cards from various Fall Staff authors, you get a discount.
At the fall staff booth. I have some of those too. People want.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
it's like
basically you
every panel I've been on, everybody's a fall staff author except me.
No, no, no.
And here I got out of card games. Okay, thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you for waking up at way too early in the morning when you didn't go to bed until 2 a.m.
Absolutely.
I'm too old for this stuff. Why do I keep doing this?
John was like, well, nobody can yell at me because he also gave himself a 9 a.m. panel and then a 9 p.m. panel. So he was like, I signed myself a terrible schedule too, so nobody can get mad at me for giving them a terrible schedule. I was like, thank you.
They're like, okay, fine.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm just gonna stay here because I have a panel in here at 10:30. So I'm gonna just chat.
I'm gonna go hot books and drink more water.
I'm going upstairs for a win.
I have a monster in the fridge, but I just didn't think my stomach could handle it right now.
All right, thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
I really.
It's good. It was all fun. I enjoyed it.
Well, I'm just glad that nothing caught on fire with me as moderator, and so I will take it. And
Did Ian World, I say Ian World, I say N World publicly.
Yeah, world, yeah, whatever.
Have we reviewed any of the? I mean, I think we reviewed Candle Key.
I think
Mystery.
so. I'm actually really bad, and I actually Google I actively look for reviews, which is like probably the worst thing you can do. So I think Emerald did Candle Keep and Keys, maybe, or somebody did.
For a while, I was handling a lot of the. I don't anymore, but I was handling a lot of the DM Guild stuff. But I didn't know if we did. I couldn't remember if we reviewed that or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have. So good luck. Yeah. I can't remember if it was positive or negative, but yeah.
Our second game
together. I was like, I'll talk about games all day. I need to nerd out.
We need to nerd out about Dragon Age together. 'Cause
My Dragon Age tattoo.
they keep bringing out trailers for Puzzle. Like, I heard they're dropping a third one.
I'm torn because when I originally started playing Dragon Age, I didn't come into Dragon Age until Inquisition was about to come out. But I basically played it not really knowing anything about it other than other people were like, oh, it's so good. So like I went into it sort of blind. And so
That's the best way.
half of me is like, I want all of the give me the trailers and all the, but part of me is like, I don't want to know anything about
I
it.
wanna go blind.
I just want to know that it's the next Dragon Age game. I know vaguely that we're probably going to like these places, but I don't want any preconceived notions. I just want to play it because it's so good and I love it, and I don't want to go in like.
That's why the first 2 trailers are so good because they don't tell us jack.
Yeah,
Like,
but I also was like, because they put out. I mean, it's been so long now, but they put out some like images, some like stills of like. One was like lyrium or whatever, and I was like, I'm gonna just sit here and like dissect this one stupid image. And I'm like, okay, I gotta stop.
There's a YouTube channel I follow, and they do a lot of story. They try to get actual factual history and illustrate the battles and things like that. But they also started what they call their Warriors, Wizards and Warriors channel, where they will do they've done a lot of the game stuff. So they've done the entire prehistory of the Dragon Age world. Yeah.
It's
And
so
they did a good job too.
It's so good. I love it so much.
Well, I think they hooked me a little bit with the first Dragon Age because like you, I came with it many years later.
Yeah.
And I played a human guy, and the friend comes to your castle. I mean, I'm like,
Oh
this
yeah,
guy's
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
betray us.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then just
Well, I think
immediately,
Tim Curry did his voice too, which
Yeah.
was perfect. I
Yeah.
was like, of course you're bastards. I played the elf, the city elf origin, which was
rough.
I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Like that's my thoughts on ridiculous stuff. So it was rough, but I was like, it got me hooked, like
Yeah.
immediately. Like with the origins, I was like, I'm gonna kill this guy. Like, I now am motivated and I hate everything.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Really, they do a good job.
Hi.
Not avoiding you, I just don't want the photos.
Oh no, that's totally valid.
Stick someone else with it.
I'm Sarah.
I'm Tiffany. More tell us.
Why did I start to nickname myself just then?
Life is weird. Brains are weird.
Yes, they are.
That's why we're here.
Yes.
How's your weekend been?
It's been really good. I had a 9 a.m. panel though, so I'm like,
Just left.
am I awake? I don't know. I had a panel that ended at midnight. And then you had a 9 a.m.
And that's like the people after I'll talk to move on before it gets my round.
Yeah.
Indeed. The weekend's been pretty busy. It seems like certain guests they have really yeah, I was nonstop yesterday from 6 a.m. to 9 and the day before was pretty rough and today I have 5.
Oh wow.
To do.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I could do it now. That's for sure.
Bless you.
I know when the vendor room opens. Is it open?
I think it's probably I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
I wonder if I can get over there and back before we start.
Probably. Yeah.
It's
not that
big of a vendor.
They need something from my bag. Hi. Yes, yes. Thanks. I don't know who's actually here and who's. Nella's not here. Immortalis was right there. They'll be right back.
We are here. Leadership being with us.
Yeah. Well, I had a 9 o'clock in this room, so I basically was like, well, I'm just
Just
gonna just sit right here. I'm not even gonna move. Hi. I'm super awake. I'm right here.
I'm super awake, but that's when the
My husband thankfully dragged me to my room at like 11:30.
Yeah.
I was at the bar and he was like, "We should go to bed." And I was like, "Well, I know. I hear there's a room party up and blah blah blah." And I'm like, "And I should go swing by." He's like, "If you go, you're gonna be up until 2 in the morning." And I was like, "Well," and he's like, "No." He's like, "Just," he's like, "You can make that decision, but just that's the decision you're making."
Yeah, he's your self-care advocate.
I was like, "All right, I should go to bed." Yeah.
Would anyone like so that I don't have to carry them around?
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah, of course. I would not have offered the room. Have a couple. They are my favorites, and they are making my life. I swear to God, I have been getting stuff out of it all weekend. I'm gonna take them. So that my bag is now like. I have not chosen either. I have one in there and four in there, so I have 5 left.
You get it. With plenty of time to spare.
So I take it we are the hyper planner executive function
Like,
types.
I thought that.
I am, well, I had a 9 a.m. panel in this room.
Oh,
So I basically just stayed. But I did start waking up at 6 o'clock this morning every 10 minutes, afraid I was going to miss my alarm. Because my brain was just like, you're going to miss it. It's not going to go off. You're going to miss your panel.
And then it's gonna be this one.
Well, I had a 9 a.m. in here, but I was like, yeah. If I have anything before like noon, my brain is like, you're going to sleep. You're going to oversleep. It's going to be terrible, and everybody's going to be disappointed in you.
Opening ceremonies start immediately after this, and I have to be at that. Oh, closing ceremony. It's on my schedule for 11:30. Did they change it?
Closing ceremonies? Let's find out.
Yeah.
2:30.
Weird. So they've changed it since I made my list. Okay.
I remember when I first started looking at the schedule, they opened the ceremonies on Friday was like 3 hours long.
Yeah.
So going into the
Like they've changed it around. Yeah. So what?
Your day was already on the schedule. So I'm like, so is my house have to leave open ceremonies?
They originally scheduled my game at 3 o'clock. And I was like, I cannot be at 2 places at one time. Literally can't.
You haven't built only yet?
Sadly not. No.
Ultimately, you do only have one meat suit to occupy, and it can only be in one place.
So did you say, was it 2:30?
Yeah, 2:30.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I wonder if they
Which is
just,
immediately after your second panel starts.
I wonder if they just like drafted it in there and I saw the early one.
Yeah, because I'm still in here from 12 to 1. About to be a mutant.
Yay!
Strategies for ADHD. Keeping yourself on the schedule.
I'm just saying, like, oh, I knew you. That's something. Yeah.
Hey.
Four people on time for the ADHD.
Yep. The moderator is not here yet, though. So.
I've been making that
That's
joke.
good.
Been making that joke for 2 days in every panel. I'm in that one if we all make it there.
I've been doing the same thing. Like that's how I made my way down. Like I made my way through the crowd on the way here, just being like, "Hey, I'm trying not to be late for my ADHD panel, right?" Although it might have been appropriate. Thought about getting down here early and seeing if we were up for like we hide somewhere offsite and like wait till after start time and all of us come running in from different angles like we just forgot to be here.
So have all of us been able to get our diet meth over the last few months? I've been struggling with that one. Anybody? The shortages have been miserable.
That's what I've been hearing. I'm not on it.
No.
But yeah, that's I've heard a lot of people.
My son is on it, and it's been such a struggle to get his stuff. And because especially it was coming up on finals because he's in high school. It's like, I need high.
I can't take any of the others. They don't. Yeah. They want that zombie on them.
I'm not on anything for the ADHD. I'm on lots of stuff for the other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, my poor son was like, I can't not be on it. I have finals. He's like, I need to not like just bomb everything at the end of it. So we finally managed to get some, but it was rough.
I felt
Crazy
bad
too,
for
'cause-
everybody on it, but especially kids in school.
Yeah.
Who, like they don't,
Yeah.
what else are they gonna do?
Right. I mean, we've all seen the graphs where it's like time, and it's like left-handedness.
Yeah.
But suddenly we stop being jerks about it. Or like trans people, suddenly we can be out. Well, ADHD has gone up too in diagnosis because we now understand more about it. But the DEA hasn't opened up more production of the medication.
Right.
Garbage.
Mhm.
This is a them problem. Like they're punishing everyone else. Is we're awful or something. I don't know. It's terrible.
Welcome to being neurodivergent in America.
A couple that was like PTSD and it stick out in anywhere. It's terrible.
It's bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, PTSD, and ADHD and autism, and it's like, oh yeah, you just I
You won
take
the lottery.
I essentially take a handful of Skittles every morning.
The PTSD is how I found out I had ADHD. Actually, I've been going to therapy for a long time, and they had read a study about off-label use of Adderall to help with some of the social aspects of PTSD. And my therapist wanted to try it. And then at my next session, I was like, it's funny that I have these like side effects that are really positive, and they were like, oh.
Okay, those aren't side effects.
It's like actually suddenly I can do stuff.
Yeah, so those are just effects.
Yeah.
It turns out.
Suddenly, I can actually
Since
do the
I
things
found
that I
out,
need to do.
I've written 3 books. Before that, I had a mountain of drafts.
Yeah, suddenly I can function.
I can do
Oh, yeah,
things
fourth
now.
testing
Yeah.
because the one in the end wasn't working the first day. Yep, that's a pretty good analogy for it. Yeah. Everybody might want to tap your mics. I know one of these wasn't working. That was just fun.
Yeah.
That was actually a very good start to it.
I'll be attempting not to just be over
Right.
here clicking my pen the whole time.
Ooh,
I'm like,
stimulation.
Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, that's
The
nice.
stem,
Let me
the
invite you to
stemming.
my level. I
I-
populared
You see, I'm not sitting down.
To the toe of my shoe so that I can learn to met across it with my
Because as
toe.
soon as I sit down,
the hardest part of panels actually. Like they should give standing desk options for panels, like if you want to,
So I keep
Yeah.
chopstick in my pocket. And I'm
like a little
constantly
track wheel on the
And I'm like,
sit there and get your
my
steps
phone
in while you
says,
talk
"What is
about
that noise?" I'm like, "Sorry."
whatever.
It's just me popping the lid on and off my chapstick. Sorry.
So if sometimes people don't make it to panels.
Uh-huh.
If our moderator doesn't show up, does anybody want to volunteer to?
I'll take it.
Okay. If she doesn't stop, it's
I'll
not
take
even
it in a
time yet,
heartbeat.
but I figured
Yeah.
we'd give her 5, 10 minutes.
If nothing else, it'll give me something else to focus on.
So what do you think? Give her like 5 minutes?
Yes, give about 5 minutes. Like,
Stimulus
nice.
is my form of stimulus
Our moderator is
Yep.
here yet.
to
Our
balance.
moderator is hopefully on the way. But yeah, this is the survival mechanism. What's the name of it? Survival techniques for ADHD. So we're gonna give our moderator about 5 minutes to get here. If she doesn't make it for whatever reason, then we'll just move on.
We'll
We
figure
have
it
our
out.
moderator there at the end.
Well, while we have moments, who wants goodies?
Pins.
So I have pins, and I have cutesy Mothman stickers, and I have Santa Claus. These are all my and my spouse's illustrations.
Like a button and a
That's our little slice of cake, our little cupcake.
Yeah, it's adorable. And I love it.
Who wants Mothman's butt?
I
Anyone?
do.
Anyone? There we go. Hello again.
Sorry, you can have them off.
That's fair.
Did you want a sticker or a button? What were you?
Can I have both?
You want both?
You can have one of everything. It's
So
fine.
one can go on the lanyard, and one can go on my laptop. Oh yeah, that's
But I
good.
have sex.
Well, you gotta have.
You know.
I know you gotta keep that
You
one.
don't have to just take one thing. You can have more than one thing.
But my laptop that I have is sort of on its
Just
way
leave
out
me
the
in
door,
Santa
so I'm like
Claus.
trying not to put any new
Oh.
stickers on it. Because
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah,
I'm
you
gonna have to
don't
get a
wanna-
new laptop soon, so I'm like hoarding every sticker I get.
You don't want to waste a good sticker.
That's my birdie. That's Bede.
No shinies.
Yeah, look at distraction.
Remember you will die, but remember to live.
What is that one?
And suddenly nothing is getting done.
Ooh, art show here.
This
Oh, yeah.
crow is
An
mine.
art show. I didn't even think to look for.
It's sort of a logo.
We can check out the stuff about a dealer's room
I
here.
actually finally learned not to chew my nails. The skin around my nails is definitely crap, but I actually don't chew the nails themselves.
Okay. I just saw that one. Ooh, I gotta go check out art.
It's like,
You're
trying
trying to
to-
stop chewing your nails
Yeah.
and your skin around your nails. Rotate.
Yeah, I think. Oh, there are the fingers. Okay.
And
I use bitter melon extract sometimes because it tastes like garbage.
okay.
You just don't want them in your mouth.
That's actually how I learned to stop chewing my nails. Was I started painting them for a while,
It tastes good.
and it was absolutely disgusting.
I think you got a couple of those. They're stuck together there.
I have the basic do aversion therapy on that. I collected them from the time I was a kid, so I bought a board and I just made myself put stickers all over it, and now I can use them. I use those boots so much. Like there was so many numbers all over it.
Given the context.
Well, I think it's less embarrassing giving a context. It's like, yep, nope.
You can battle that imposter question later.
But I have like, I literally have this bag of stickers.
Uh-huh.
That was the only one I was moderating this weekend. Was actually the one about. It was for.
Okay. So, I think I'm the moderator?
You are.
I am the moderator. Ha ha. Hello, everybody. Everybody awake? It's Sunday, so,
So no.
it's kind of, who knows, right? So this is survival with ADHD. I'm going to tell you we may touch on some subjects that, not meaning to trigger anybody. Nobody wants that on a Sunday morning. But there are some, like, we're talking about disability or differences, which means sometimes things get a little different. We're all at different comfort levels with how we are on what's going on in our neurospicy lives. So I'm going to ask the panelists if you're comfortable. Do all of you guys have ADHD? Great. So this is going to be the ADHD leading the ADHD. It's going to be fun. Let's see what trails we find. So I'm going to ask everybody on the panel to kind of introduce themselves. And I guess one of my questions always is, how did you, ADHD is a lifelong thing. Whether or not you got diagnosed at 45 or 3, you had it. Did you know it growing up is going to be one of my questions. And you can answer that, not answer that. I don't want to push the panelists into anything that they're not comfortable with.
Do you want that as part of our intro, or
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Want me to start? Yeah. All right. I'm Jesse Adams. I'm one of the co-founders and co-chairs of Multiverse Convention down in Atlanta. We happen every October. Y'all should come see us. The other co-founder and co-chair is right there joining us. And I knew that I struggled in school. Like, that's a lot of times for people, that's the first thing that makes you think, like, is something going on up here? I struggled with attention. I didn't struggle with the academic side of it. Like, I could grasp what was going on. I could do the things. I couldn't make myself do the homework, and focus in class and not move around and everything. And so that caused some issues. And I was diagnosed around, I think I was 14, something like that. But I didn't really take it seriously at the time. I was like, this is just something, it's just the doctor's telling me something. They gave me medicine, whatever. I didn't take it seriously. It took until a good bit later before it really sunk in, like, oh, this has significantly affected how I do literally everything in my life, and always has. So I think at the time, as a teenager, I was like, whatever. They just said some words and gave me some medicine. So
Yeah, I mean, it's pervasive. So the DSM is broken up into different groups, and people forget that ADHD is under pervasive developmental disorders, meaning pervasive. It's everywhere when you got it.
right.
So I'm Sarah Madsen. I'm a game designer and author. I'm actually just now getting through the process of getting diagnosed. And I didn't really think about, so my brother had ADD, but boys, so it manifests differently often. And looking back at my life, I'm like, oh, that's what all of that was. I'm very much the kind of person where if it's out of sight, it just doesn't exist. And so homework was always a really big struggle for me, because I would, you write down your homework in your agenda like you're supposed to, but then the agenda is in the backpack and it just doesn't exist anymore. And so you don't. And so it was always so frustrating for me in school that I knew the stuff and I could perform, but I couldn't get my homework done. And it was a constant struggle. And even like as I started to realize that, oh, maybe that's actually what it is, when people started talking about it more and their experiences more on social media, and there's always that stigma against self-diagnosing or whatever. And I'm like, no, like looking at everybody else's experiences with this, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly how I am. And now that I'm 42, I'm finally getting through that process. So yeah. 43. What year is it?
You're 40. Just go with 40. You look younger than it, so it works. Ladies. Oh, sorry.
I'm Mortellis. I'm an author, medium, witch, mortician, lots of stuff. Lots of hats. I'm a survivor of childhood abuse, so as part of that, I didn't go to public school, so I didn't have that experience of kind of figuring it out in the way you did. And I had other problems, so I didn't really figure it out as an adult either. by then I was masking so much. And it's like, this is probably normal. Probably. And later in life, as I approached my 30s, my therapist who worked with me for PTSD told me about a study they read where some combat veterans had seen success in treating PTSD using Adderall, which had improved some of the social issues that can accompany PTSD, and they thought it might be helpful for me. And when I went back to my next session, like a week or two later, I was like, so I'm having some side effects, but they've actually been really positive for me, and here's this stuff. And they went, oh, well, so let's have a conversation about this stuff also. And that's how I learned that I have combination ADHD. I'm not hyperactive on the outside, but my mind is hyper. It doesn't want to stay in one place. Like, I was listening to bios, I was real interested in it for a minute, and then I realized I was thinking about something else. Wait, I was not listening at all.
Hi, I'm Alidria Hurt. I'm a author and podcaster and live streamer, and part of my ADHD journey has been the fact that I genre hop like a frog on a hot rock because I can't keep one idea going. But literally, I am. I have bipolar disorder. I have schizophrenia. I have PTSD. I have ADHD, and I'm on the autism spectrum. So I take a handful of Skittles every morning because I have all of these fun things that affect how I exist, and I'm constantly. I'm also a part of a family where my father's on the autism spectrum. My brother's on the autism spectrum. My brother is also ADD. So it's fun when we try to figure things out because, of course, why is there this random thing that is in a place where it doesn't belong? Because my brother literally had a thought and he put it down and it disappeared because that's the way his brain works. And I do the exact same thing. So we literally have to have like cleanup parties because in order for us to get the house clean, we have to force focus on moving things back to where they belong. And it's been a wild ride.
So I am Seska Small. I am on the Blasters and Blades podcast. I do stuff with Dragon Con. I do stuff with Page to Stage. I'm moderating this panel. I actually grew up. I was diagnosed very early. I had some educational abuse / neglect. My first grade teacher lost her teaching license type. Yeah, so her alma mater literally said, "Oh no, you're coming back, and we're going to re-educate you on some things now." So, but it was also very good because it helped me get identified very early on the ADHD, because ADHD, as you've heard, can present in very different ways. We used to always think that only boys would be hyper, and I'm also the mom of an ADHD who has been recently diagnosed with combination ADHD, which is newer terminology to me. I have a focus in psychology, but my focus also was from a degree that I got in 2007. So they've updated the DSM since then. Then, but it sounds like everybody here has definitely. My mom used to growing up, say, when one thing is off kilter, lots of things are going to be off kilter. And so we're all kind of like this neurospicy melange or curry because we all have different things, right? Like, I was already in speech therapy. I started speech therapy at 2.5. Now that you can tell now, I'm sure there were times my mother regretted my talking in so much time. But so I'm really actually very curious what pushed some of you guys who got the later diagnoses, because diagnosis can get very expensive to do. And so there are times when we can treat it without a real diagnosis, and I'm talking real, like, so that your doctor can get the script and you can get the educational interventions, which, by the way, if you are in this audience, you can get educational interventions for something like ADHD all the way through your thesis defense of a PhD. Just so that you know, because there are times when people go, well, I can't do that because we have things. And honestly, you'll discover most of the academic field is very spicy. So, would you mind saying why you pursued that specific? And you can get a lot of PTSD is very common with ADHD, particularly if you got a later diagnosis because you have all this trauma from not understanding what's going on with you.
I grew up with parents who were in an evangelical cult, and I was sexually assaulted when I was 5. That's the PTSD, and dealt with like child marriage stuff. So there's a lot on the pile.
So sorry.
So the PTSD is probably not the ADHD.
No.
but it
It,
lives all together. So
yeah, no, that's harsh.
yeah, that.
But you're here where people like you, as you. I'm here.
For me, I've got 2 sons who are both also ADHD, and so I kind of navigated them through their own diagnosis process and getting them on medication and making sure they had, what they needed to survive and thrive, right? Because it can be very, very difficult. My older son, especially, was very on the hyperactive side, and thankfully, he always had teachers who were very much like, "Yeah, we'll put him over here so he can like sit on his desk if he wants to, as long as he's paying attention and not a distraction to the other kids. I don't care what he's doing." Which, bless them, because yeah. And so it finally got to the point where I was like recognizing these aspects of myself as likely being ADHD and being like, I don't want to have to fight against my own brain just to get things done every day, if that makes sense. Like there's enough hurdles in this world to success. And so the idea that I could potentially, whether I end up with medication or not, which I've built, my own scaffolding of coping mechanisms, but the opportunity to potentially knock down a few more of those hurdles that would just
Smooth it out.
it's not gonna make everything easy, but make it a little less difficult. So.
I'm a heavy masker. I really didn't have a whole lot of choice because as the middle child of, I got the rebel on one side and I got an ADHD brother on the other. I literally was basically allowed to grow myself as a plant because my parents did not have the bandwidth to deal with all 3 of us. And so I was essentially allowed to just kind of scaffold myself into whatever I wanted to do in order to be able to exist. And hyper focus became my friend because literally it was the only way I could finish anything. If I couldn't hyper focus, I didn't finish it. And if I didn't finish it, I didn't get a grade for it. And my parents paid us for grades. I'm a child of the 80s. My little brother was on Ritalin. And my parents paid for grades because they realized that we needed a outside motivation. And I didn't care about the money. I just cared about getting the grades because getting the grades was the only way to get attention. And so, yeah, I didn't get the ADHD diagnosis until much later. I'm now going to be 41, and I only got diagnosed about 6 months ago. And one of the things they said was that part of the reason that I didn't get diagnosed for so long was because I'd been masking dealing with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder so long that they were like trying to find the other thing.
The missing piece.
Yeah, trying to find the other reason because they're like, we're medicating you for this, we're medicating you for this, and you're still having problems. And it was a lot. And then They walked through the diagnosis with me, and I was like, oh, so that's why I can't follow a thought from A to B. I'm A to D and A to Z, and I'm everywhere. Yeah.
You can't have. It's not always just your mind wandering. There's logic jumps in there. So a lot of ADHDs tend to be very smart. A lot of our current tech has come out of ADHD and people with approaching the problem differently, right? Because approaching it the same is just boring. Uh, do you find that you approach things differently than are perhaps less colorful cohorts?
Than the less spicy.
I mean, they're
Um,
probably the people who don't come to conventions anyway, so we can call them the mundanes if we want.
Yeah, there's definitely a different approach to things. There's a tendency to not be able to. Even when I was in school, I would find this one thing that really aggravated me is I found I'm still mad at my ninth grade math teacher for this. I found a way to solve a problem that we were working on. It was nothing brilliant or anything, but it was just a different way than the steps she had laid out. There are multiple ways to do this. I found one of them on my own, and she marked it wrong because I didn't follow her steps. And that's like a microcosm of I'm like I got the right
My
answer,
quant
and my
teacher did that to me.
everybody's probably has an experience like that.
So
Well, it does let you look at things differently though, just because really it's like you don't have the option to look at things the same way other people do because your brain's gonna jump around.
okay, so as a kid, I had no education, right? And when I started community college at 25, I obviously had to take like rudimentary algebra and all this stuff because I had no experience with it. And on the first day, the instructor put this problem on the board, which looked like madness to me. Like I've literally never dealt with algebra at this point in my life.
Math, when you put numbers in it, is evil. Sorry, no, when you put letters in math, it is evil.
So it's just this crazy problem. Now I know now that the problem was a joke, that it was something purposely needlessly complex because the teacher was just kind of being an ass to the students. So it was like, if you can solve this problem, you can go home for the day. So I ADHD'd all over that. I mean, I didn't know I was ADHD at the time, but it was like, you've given me a task. I will sort that out and then I will leave. This is what I'm supposed to do today. Cool. The lesson started, but I was still on that because that I responded to that as this is the problem. And I worked it out when I finally raised my hand and she's like, yes. And I was like, I solved the problem. And she was like, okay, let me see it. And I brought it up. She looked at that paper. She looked at me. She looked at it again. And she said, you got the right answer. Why don't you show me how you did it? Okay. So I went back, got my notes, and showed it to her. And she looked at it for the longest time. She's so quiet. And she said, I want you to know you did this the dumbest, most ass backwards way I've ever seen in my life. She said, I've never even seen a person try and solve this particular problem in that way. What made you think of it? And I was like, I don't know. You told me if I had got the answer, I could go home.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's all it took.
It's called.
ADHD is a very task-oriented mindset for ADHDs who tend to be successful in whatever they're. I'm not judging what success is. I would highly recommend looking at what it is you define as success. Not do I need to buy a house? Do I need to have a kid and a husband and blah blah blah? But what you define as success. I have a mother who tells me all the time, I have a dead end job. I love my job. She can go F herself.
If you see the end, you can reach for it.
Yeah, but so if you are feeling, because survival techniques, right? If you are feeling overwhelmed by the concept, break it down. I love whiteboards. I love sticky notes because I can break things down into steps to create an overall end result that they don't see that is incredibly complicated. But if you have the steps, it can help you.
I think that plays into the idea of like looking at finding different ways to do things because that's just how our brains work. So to put it in the context of the convention that we run, Multiverse down in Atlanta, we have a focus on like doing things differently where we can, like trying to do things just as well as we can within the con world. And a lot of our staff that do things year round for the convention are like, there are very few, if any, who aren't neurodivergent in some way. some of our highest level, like responsibility level positions are people with on the autism spectrum, with ADHD. And the reason that works so well for us is because they do come up with ideas and approaches that I might never have thought of, that and just different ways of looking at things. I think that it actually can be, I'm sure we'll get to this, like how it's a strength, but it absolutely can. I mean, you can weaponize it to do things other people can't do.
I like
in
how
a lot of
you
ways.
put that weapon. Oh, nice. You have digital post-it notes.
I
You
know.
are amazing.
It's so much.
I-
It just goes on forever.
I am the person I have to have. I still like the pen and
It's the
paper.
free flow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We use that when
So, I guess.
Free flow.
Do you guys have questions? I know we're about halfway through the panel, but we can sit here and there are tons of YouTube and TikTok gurus and experts, and I'm using these in quotation marks because you and your individual neurology and history will dictate what works best for you. That's part of why I think for so long ADHD and other things in that spectrum were so hard to easily and still are hard to easily diagnose, because like I have a whole slew of things. I actually had a diagnostician look at me and go, how the hell do you learn? And I went, I try a whole bunch of different things and see what works, because sometimes what works for history does not work for my math class. Yes.
I was gonna say, like, do you have coping techniques
Yes.
that help you pay attention or do things whenever, like, this is mine.
I take notes, tremendous notes and doodle. I've been going nuts because I recently moved and I forgot my knitting, and I do not go to a Dragon Con directors meeting without knitting because it helps balance out my motor mouth, of which is I process by thinking a lot, by speaking. So I'm sorry to everybody.
Don't worry, I hear you.
But yeah,
That's a super familiar one. Does the rest of y'all do that? The processing through speaking, because that's the thing. That's one of those things where you say it's pervasive. It can end up being like I've had a lot of self consciousness about like trying not to talk too much and being afraid that I talk too much, because I have to think through things. Sometimes it's got to come out of my mouth, and I'm thinking out loud and figuring it out.
Yeah, for me, it was particularly because I actually went back to college, and when I was I struggle with math. And so when I was taking my math classes, I'd be doing my math homework, and my husband would laugh at me because I'd be over at the kitchen table, not
You talk the
realizing,
steps out?
yeah, that I'm like I'm talking through my math problems, and I didn't even realize I was doing it until like he pointed it out later. I'm like, look, it's got to get done. Like this is how I'm doing it. So, yeah.
I would take my chemistry test, and I jokingly told people I took it in a separate room from everybody else for their sanity, because I talk to myself as I'm doing the test.
Do we have any programmers around?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this doesn't pertain to me. I'm not a programmer, but I learned it from someone on the internet because that's what you do. But I channeled that in a super weird way. I often ask my spouse if there'll be a duck for me. Will you be a duck?
Rubber ducking.
To be a what?
Because I have
Be a
to
duck.
talk out the thing I'm doing.
The idea of you have a rubber duck that you put like on your desk and you talk through the problem with them. So it's a programming thing
Well,
where you
I explain it to them.
Yeah,
Really?
It's literally called ducking.
yeah, where you just talk to the duck.
Well, what I do is I
And
pretend.
thank you for teaching Seska that term. She's not gonna start calling me a duck.
We have the same look on our face right now, which is like, hold on.
Actually, my problem here is when you said rubber ducky, I thought you meant that's what the Army calls the
No.
plastic weapons.
No,
Like a literal little rubber duck.
So-
Like a
Can I ask how
That's
that
what-
works? Like, what's the benefit of that
Okay,
process to you?
So you were gonna say that you like explain to the duck. So what I do is I pretend I already know the answer, and so I ask my spouse if there'll be a duck, and then whatever thing I super can't figure out, I just start telling it to them as though I already know the answer, and like, okay, so here's how you do this. I act like they're the dummy plot, right? Like they don't know the thing, and I have to teach them how to do it. So I just start explaining it to them, and somewhere along the way, I'll find the answer that my brain couldn't locate.
Oh, see, I was taught to do that very early, probably because my parents did programming. They never called it that. They just told me to do it. So I call it interesting conversations with sometimes my least favorite person.
So you don't learn the same way for everything, right?
No,
So
yeah.
There are certain things I do that I can't figure out by doing that verbally. I have to be writing, and texting particularly helps. So I'll text a friend and be like, "Can you be a duck?" And I'll.
I also ask Google. I'm like the queen of asking Google. I will be typing, and I will be Google. How do I spell hydrochloric acid?
As you're typing it.
Yeah. Actually, the funniest thing is, so as a chemist, I had to learn all these things, polyatomic ions and things, and I had to have them memorized. I will literally, I used to go outside. Muscle resistance works really well with if you're trying to memorize something. Sidewalk chalk is your friend. I would go outside and write down my polyatomic ions and say them. As my son was drawing, it looked like a crazy person lived outside our place because you had 2-year-old drawings and then polyatomic ions, and I would literally have a friend go, "Hey, what's the chemical formula for hydrogen sulfide?" And I said, "I don't know," and I wrote it out.
Also works for synthesis. I have the bathtub crayons.
Oh yeah, those are good too. I love the window markers, and I would do this when studying. I had a teacher who would let us write whatever we wanted on a 3x5 note card. She hated me because she didn't know how to interact with me. I was the same age as she was, but I would take the window markers that Crayola does, and by the way, I have a separate for donors. I haven't given them to him then, and I would take
Care you talking to me. They don't live where I am. Not on this.
and I would take the sliding glass door of my apartment and I would write things and I would color code it. And so I would have like a blown up version of my 3x5 card as I was studying and doing the practice test. And I would leave it up there and I would literally, if I was taking a brain break watching TV and when the commercials, I'd just stare at it and walk through it because that familiarity of it. And then I would write it and color code it exactly from the window onto the note card for the day of the test. Yes, exactly. I was hacking my brain basically.
It's the same way with like being an actor and doing memorization. I never learned my lines until they actually taught me the blocking. When they taught me the blocking and I knew where I was supposed to be in order to deliver that line or what I was supposed to be doing, then suddenly it's like, oh, that makes sense now.
Well, speaking. Oh, go ahead.
Each level at the same time, right? Galaxy brain. Then, as you are processing, the more levels you can make more brain process too. Faster you process. You also process sleep. So if you're frustrated with something that you're learning during the course of the day, take a nap, wake up. You'll actually remember it better than you do.
Yeah, that's what.
I have a question for the panel, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So, who else has been on panels and has been sitting there the entire time calculating how many words you've said or haven't said to see if you've spoken too much or too little and feeling bad about both no matter what because people told you to be quiet a lot in your life?
I do the ratio thing. So I will tell you quite honestly, I am generally socially on at a con. And if I'm not, my mom used to do that. You're talking so much. Yeah, because when I don't want to be around talk to people, I'm just not there. Like I don't even give myself a target of opportunity. This nice guy has raised his hand a couple of times. Sir, would you? Sir? No, gentleman with the hair no on his side. My coffee's not fully digested yet.
Did you have a question?
Did you have a question? Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
So as you can see, sometimes my words come in very unusual shapes.
Can I ask you a question, Kaiser?
No hair on this
You said
side.
you take notes during the panels. Does it help you absorb the information to type it out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, for
Yes.
me, it's the sorry.
As if they're an audience about like just random things.
I think that's actually very. No, I think that's actually very normal. So there's a lot of things that ADHDs do that because we're ADHD, we think they're abnormal. But honestly, and we've had this conversation about one of her children. I'm like, no, your teenager is just a typical teenager. That's just a teenager. No,
There's nothing typical about that.
no, the entire. Oh well, you should really fix that. Is totally teenagery. So.
It's not my
I had
So I'll pick your spicy brain. Tell me if it's normal. This is so I aggressively studied for every panel, so to know who the people are and take notes because I didn't want to like fail
Oh,
the test of
That's
paneling.
that's not that abnormal. Jennifer Blackstream hands over her list of panels to her sister, who then goes and researches them and gives her folders with dossiers on them.
I did all of the things too. I researched every person, so I'd know who you all were, and I wouldn't say something dumb to you.
Wow.
It's really not fair because you can tell her.
I didn't know that they do that.
I'm so sorry. I missed this one.
Oh, this is my notes for this panel, and I don't want to forget a thought I had while
Those
other
look
people are
thorough.
talking, so I write them
When I
down.
was in college, which I didn't go to college, I was 43 years old. I read my instructor's doctoral thesis.
I
So
will
would
say-
kind of know what I was dealing with.
I tend to do one of two things. I will either be very much like you guys, or I will be the expert at winging it because a lot of times I forgot that
Let me just tell you. Okay, so by the time I took my mortuary sciences degree, I was 2 degrees in. So I was like, I understand all the ways in which I suck at this. So
Anybody
before
else feel the need to go get massive amounts of education for you know what you're doing?
before I started, I spent an entire summer where I bought all the textbooks I would have the entire time that I took the degree, and I learned every single thing in them before I ever started, so that I wouldn't like mess up learning it.
Oh yeah. By the way, they my friend who just left, they were giving me stink eye because I literally went furniture shopping and went, I can't look at kitchen tables. And they went, why? Because I don't know what I want. Because I will spend 2 weeks researching and looking at different styles of furniture before I will even feel comfortable setting in the store. I hate going shopping, but so that way I know what it is I like, what it is, quality, and I know the style, but as well as the price point ranges.
the shoes I'm wearing right now, I shopped for it's 6 months online research. Though, like literally the shoes I'm wearing right now.
That's
took me 6
also why
months to
I
decide
don't
on.
like change my clothes to statty stuff
There's
because by the time I find it.
It's cool.
you'll take back the one that doesn't work, right? Like,
Oh
Can
no,
I-
I'm actually horrible. I have piles of stuff I do not get back to the store to return.
oh yeah, I
So
have a
I-
basket
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, I love
You
the
are so
basket.
much more organized.
I had to be.
I love the basket approach to life. Actually, like I was thinking of what you were saying. I put baskets in my house.
Right?
We're not allowed to call my house that right now.
Every room. And she reached into Mountain Dew. We were looking for something. We were looking for her camera bag. They went to Europe last year, a year ago. She has not unpacked the bag. It is buried in.
Oh wait. How long is it going to take you to unpack from ConCarolina?
Uh,
I've made myself.
yeah.
If you do conventions, you have a con bag. It goes in it. It goes into the washing machine when you get home. It goes back into the bag. You do not unpack. How long does it take you to pack for con? I don't know. If I didn't do it that way, I wouldn't get here.
But that it's that task oriented immediate. So being a successful ADHD is there's a lot of self honesty that goes into this.
Searching for the camera bag, the suitcase I had packed in here, it was in the middle of the pile. I just stick my arm.
She's
into it.
arm, shoulder deep in there, digging
And I'm
holes.
just like feeling around. I'm like,
And
oh, here's
pull
something.
stuff out. We were looking for the charger for her old wheelchair for weeks. Did not realize they had never unpacked it
Anyway.
back in Europe.
Camera
She
bag
pulls,
wasn't there.
She pulls it out of that suitcase, this huge charger, and we're like, how did you even know where to reach into that?
Out of curiosity, am I the only one who, when other people are talking, sometimes you'll sit there, you'll hear them, and then all of a sudden you'll go squirrel? Literally? Okay.
Or sit there and listen to it like you're talking to someone for a few, and then you realize that you've been somewhere else for the last 30 seconds and you haven't processed a word they said to you.
I literally
Yeah.
go, I am so sorry, I didn't hear a damn word you just said. Can we please repeat that?
It's
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not always my phone.
it's such a struggle.
No,
such a
but I do
struggle
have
on-
to do that sometimes 'cause I feel
On
really
panels too, because like other people will be answering, and I get busy trying to figure out what I'm gonna say, and then I kind of go like this, and then I'm like, oh crap. like
So
I-
you go to
like
pull
you're
back,
trying
yeah.
because especially when you're paneling, you're trying to have a conversation too. You're not like this is my answer, but it's like sometimes I will completely just lose track of the fact that people are even talking, and then
Well, it's like if somebody asks me a question, my you ask me a question, and I have that moment where I'm processing the question and I'm answering the question at the same time, and then I realize that I didn't answer the question that you actually asked
Yeah, I'll get-
because my brain went left
there's more
in the
than one
middle
time
of
that'll
that
be-
conversation.
One of the things that also is very common with these is sensory integration issues. So, yeah, I remember when the first study came out, and they're like, "Wow, it's a 60% study," and I giggled. Then the follow-up study came out to confirm it, because that's how peer-reviewed studies work. In like a 3 to 4 year time of publications, it went from like 60% to 98%, and one of them was like, "We think it actually is 100%."
Would you mind explaining the sensory integration
So
thing?
sensory integration processing is it's a very obvious name for a very complicated process. So it is literally how your senses integrate, and some people like it's like taste. It's how your brain processes it. So you can end up with a sensory meltdown by having too much sensory input. A lot of times there are a lot of people who smoke, and there were a lot of people who used to think I smoked, whether or not I did, because it was a sociably acceptable excuse to go outside and take a break from the noisy party, and without people coming out chasing me down and going, "Hey, are you okay?" And I'm like, I just need either you turn off the stereo or I go outside.
Nicotine is also a neurotransmitter inhibitor, and it helps people who have severe profound ADHD.
I know, but
and
we're
autism actually process sensory.
I can understand that, and I was going to get to some of
Yeah,
that.
I'm just waiting for you to look at me and go, like the chimney over here.
You are my favorite chimney.
So I got a thing for y'all, and I don't share this with people because I'm kind of embarrassed about it, but this is gonna be the moment. I have a little friend I like to call Past Mortalis. Past Mortalis is real nice to me. When I recognize something that I like waste time on or mess up real bad, I make it so that future Mortalis won't have a problem. But I always forget that I did that thing. For example, here's some examples. One of my favorite things is that you can schedule emails. So every year at Christmas, I lose this one particular recipe that I enjoy. So I set a reminder for like 10 years into the future so that every year, the week I need it, it will be emailed to me from past me. And I'm like, thank you, Past Mortalis.
I packed for ConCarolina before I started packing my house for the move, and then I forgot that I packed for ConCarolina.
I made her send me text messages of things that she was moving. that
I
she
did.
needed to
I
be able
sent
to
her-
find, and she was like, don't let me forget.
Pink
I put
laptop
this
bag,
here.
wine bottle opener.
Yep. So I was like, text it to me, and then you'll be able to find it.
Another example of this, and again, it's very important that I say, I forgot the thing I did. That is key here. I never remember what Past Mortalis did. There was a stranger back there. I don't know.
It's like party goblin.
I have no idea.
That's a great coping strategy, though. And in terms of the useful, like that's a useful, like that's something you can put into practice. Like those, I love those little tricks. Like I have one where if anything that I need to not forget when I walk out of the house, I literally put it on top of my keys. Does anybody else do that? Like I literally cannot leave the house unless I pick up this thing in my hand.
I had an ex who kept moving my key dish, and it's so funny because they were like, "Get a hook." I went, "No, I have to have a key dish." But my ex kept moving it, and I literally broke down in tears in marriage therapy about him moving my dish.
And I'm like, our apartment was on the second floor. He's like, well, what if somebody broke in using one of the windows? Then they're floating in the air and we have other problems.
So this is why you were throwing a fit about putting a key dish in front of the window at the new place, and I told you to key hook on the wall, and you looked at me like I'd suddenly reinvented it.
Because you'll walk right past the key hook, I'm guessing, right?
Ish.
Like you'll
Yeah,
just
I would walk right
it.
past a key
Yeah.
hook.
Hook it on the wall.
I would walk right past them. I've tried this.
We've talked
Wait.
about this. It's called a neurobehavioral. By the way, hi, I'm a neurologist and also a diagnostician and psychology. I deal with neurodiverse. So like when you're talking about these behavioral triggers, like she sends herself a dish, or you see this
They done.
dish, or you see, yeah, these are all triggers that remind you to engage in behavior, right? So in order to reprogram the trigger, you have to actually find a new trigger.
Like I like the thing with moving things. It's like I one time like walked into my room and like there was like something fell off. It was something like I had a figure that had just fallen over and it wasn't on something where I couldn't place it. Like it was one small thing. It's like I can't have anyone touch my stuff because then it's like no, stop.
Yeah, I gotta work around that. But also every year on New Year's Day, I schedule emails to everyone I love for their birthdays and anniversaries and stuff because I will forget. I set automations and shortcuts. One time I had this job and I got fired. The job's terrible. That's not the point. So,
Sometimes it's a blessing to get fired.
but past Mortellus knew that if I got fired, I would go to the unemployment office, I guess, and they knew I would need a
Panel at some point before we're. Is it okay now or do you? Okay. Because I realized I found out fairly recently about the differences in how boys and girls, as they're typically classified when they're young, get diagnosed, or how ADHD presents, how it's recognized, how it's diagnosed, treated, and everything. I wasn't really aware of that because it didn't come up for me, but I now know that it's a thing that in me it was recognized more, and I got a lot of dispensation, boys will be boys passes and stuff like that. So I would like to know from all y'all how, if to the extent you're comfortable talking about it, how other aspects of your identity that don't match mine may have affected how the ADHD experience was for you.
I actually remember my mom telling me when I was younger that I was going to social emotionally develop more like a boy than a girl. I didn't. We have talked about my mother is a novel of trauma.
You know, I understand that. Kate is definitely Kate is a.
And now I'm going, maybe that's probably why I really don't kind of look at people and go, why does gender even matter? And I understand if that's a triggering sentence for people, but, and not meaning to be disrespectful to anybody, but.
Tomboy diagnosis a lot because of a wider range of interest than is typically.
It's also because, so one of the things is, and this is actually great, sensory integration will talk a lot about how to help you. There's a lot of things you can do that you don't that neurotypicals do without realizing it, that we kind of have to train ourselves to do, like deep muscle input. Athletes do really, I've known student athletes who did not realize they were ADHD until they stopped working out, because the deep muscle input of working out helped their brain reorganize and come back to center and midline, as well as the fact that chewing gum, the reason you see so much oral motor fixation, there are 13 cranial nerves that go through your mouth. So it is a way to trick your body into thinking it had a deep muscle workout to do the same calm down effect. The reason why things like knitting work at meeting at midline. So any task, this is midline, if you don't know. Any task that requires that you meet here to do it. So reading, penmanship, hardest things we learn in school from a neurodevelopmental and fine motor task thing is because your brain, literally the messages have to cross your brain, and they will work with soldiers. I've known soldiers who've gone and blown up, and that's how they deal with their PTSD. It's because it actually forces your brain to calm down so that the messages can get sent across. What? Weighted blankets? Yes, weights will help you calm down. I sleep under like 4 weighted blankets. My son sleeps under even 4 weighted blankets.
The sensory
I need it to go to sleep, but once I'm in my sleep, I can take it. I'll kick it off. Also, anybody ever slept next to somebody ADHD who doesn't hold still in their sleep? That's the reason you have your own bed this time.
To your question, I do think so I'm intersex and I identify as non-binary. But I look feminine. I was raised as a girl and that was my experience. And I do think that there is less leeway there. You're not allowed to make mistakes. But a fun example of that is more from my adult experience. My spouse also has ADHD, and they were assigned male at birth and identify with their birth gender. And when they can't remember something at home or don't do something or don't complete a task, it's ADHD and they can't possibly remember that. But I have to remember it. Someone must. And like if you're in a forum and they're talking about things like mental labor, emotional load, and that kind of stuff, it's like, well, maybe he has ADHD.
It's always
like,
so
but
Maybe
funny
you do
that
too,
they're so
though.
willing to
The
blame
feminine
ADHD for the male, but for the female, it's you just need to stop that.
figure it out. So
I'm not saying
as-
it does. I just think it's interesting society-wise that they let males get away with it
No,
way more
I
than
know, that's
females.
what I'm saying, like, that's what I'm saying.
But I think rolling that back to my childhood and sort of, looking at that person today through new eyes, I can see how even though I was struggling, I just simply wasn't allowed to fail. There was just no compassion for not accomplishing the task, not getting it right. I mean, my parents would hit me. Triggers, but you don't accomplish this, then you're going to have a really bad time about it. Do it over and over and over and over until you can manage it.
And I love my parents, but they were shit parents.
I just realized.
What are you going to say? What are you going to say?
No.
So,
I'm not
funny story. That is just people that cannot handle their children.
When
It's a lot of times in our language in the house. It's one of the few things my mom did 100% right. But yeah, it is. There's a lot to this. You can hear.
but Gmail will let you schedule.
Yeah.
Scheduled emails and scheduled texts.
Back, and I'm never gonna remember that. So I made a shortcut on my phone so that if I
To space camp in eighth
me just
grade,
being
and my parents ended up taking that away like as punishment for like not doing well in school, and it was like heartbreaking. So, like,
Yeah,
I'm not
I think
trying to
everything
forget
we have
to do my
Actually, I
homework
just I read a book,
but I
book
just couldn't
on,
figure out like
ran by
why I
somebody.
couldn't remember to do these.
memoir
Like, and
written
it
by
took
somebody
me
who's trying
even
to
now.
think
I'm like so mad about it.
And then she was born into it, and then she left.
just couldn't
Ended up joining the army.
Yeah.
Really fascinating book on
This
creating
one was like
some of the
free. You go in there, you need to pay for
overlaps.
the exam.
Uh-huh.
It would look like you did.
Yeah.
Awesome. Because she was like climbing all over, shredding it. And she would be like, now that one.
Yes.
She's like, that one we know, but I can't
Uh-huh.
medicate her yet. She's way too young. But when she gets into like
Put
middle
everything in
grades
and
and
out of
school
my
starts
home.
testing.
Yeah.
This is why I have to.
Definitely my older son was very much more
Industry people are so
hyperactive.
weird
I
about
definitely
it.
looked at him and was
So
like,
I'm like,
three. I was like,
they didn't have a
tell me
picture
you're
of it.
ADHD when you get a little older. And I'm going to go, yep. That's literally what it was just. You could see, like, especially like when you get wound up, there was just no, like, he could not. You'd be trying to talk to him and you'd be like, go see me. Right here.
Okay. I need help.
Is that the one that's involved with the SCA group? I've heard of that.
Right,
She had a
She
yeah.
couldn't do those things.
Yeah.
So it was just the first one, which I was just trying to stay focused on, trying to stay in position in her seat and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was just like.
Yeah.
Want to go see if we grab something?
Yeah, might as well. Oh, there you go.
No, we don't.
I do want some cigarettes.
Very cute.
Oh my god, yeah. My poor 17-year-old was like, I have finals and I'm out. Like, what do I do? And I was like, I don't know.
She's in a master's program.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
talked to my
And
therapist a lot.
so-
It's not scary.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, she's
And I
filmmaking
Yeah.
at UNC. So.
participated in when it was real scary.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I can see how that might be slightly trouble.
Yep.
When they start making it, we can't ever get to mine.
Yeah. Like, no, there's no option. There's, yeah.
Now,
And then,
Yeah, that's part of it.
right?
Yeah.
I'm still waking up. I don't know about you.
Hello, yeah, I had a 9 a.m. and so I'm like,
Oh,
but
you
I'm
did?
ready to go sleep. I'm going home.
My mother
And
knew,
so
my
I'm,
mother
like, ready to go to bed.
That's right. You're, I think we're friends on Facebook.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I don't have to go back today, but I did have to moderate.
Okay.
You're not, right?
I'm not best friends,
That's a fun thing.
but I'm also feeling great too.
Oh, it's a panel on Indios. There's gonna be plenty of conversation to go on. I was actually feeling good about that kind of ground. I'm like, if I'm not feeling it, I'll roll away from it. Somebody else will fill in that gap.
Like that was that military person. So I understand that. No, I totally understand. You're talking about.
Yeah.
it in
Well,
brain.
because I'm getting in here, you're at age.
And so.
I'm also
And we all need like a shot in there.
No,
I'm
it's
actually
fine.
really good. It's just
We have a lot in common.
I've been awake since 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah, midnight.
My
Choice
choice
or
or
just
room.
I think right in there. Give one click.
Well, we may have to
It's
bear
super
out.
good.
We got to
A lot of
meet.
people are like, I'm groggy in the morning. So I don't understand that concept.
I'd love to be groggy in the morning.
I don't understand that concept in the morning. Like from 3 to 5 every morning, I'm wide awake. Yeah, at 1 o'clock in the morning, my brain cuts on, and I will go until I lay down, and when I lay down, I go off.
You know that
And it
feeling
irritates.
You know that feeling of like where like you're trying to stay sleepy enough, and then you realize you cross a threshold where enough activities in your brain where you're like, it's spun up now. I can't.
Yeah,
You might as well
I
get up.
can't.
the
Yeah.
eight things running through your head.
It's like I'm not going back to bed. So
4:30 in the morning. God, can I take a 15-minute nap?
yes,
Just 15 minutes.
Yeah, not if your brain
there's
is
no
not
bargaining.
Yeah.
There's no bargaining. It's quite literally just like I click on like a computer. I'm on, and then I will just I will be up and up and up and up and up, and as long as I don't lay down anywhere, I can go 48 hours. Oh.
I know that feeling of like the second you sit down, like we did last weekend, we were at MomoCon doing like 14, 16-hour days, on these workshops there. And you reach a point where it's like completely exhausted, but people are like, why don't you sit down for a second?
No.
Never
Never getting back up.
Guarantee that's the worst possible.
Yeah. So it's and I always feel a little bit odd about acknowledging the fact that I have bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, and that I essentially take a skills every morning because
You should feel odd at con because if you don't take anything at con, then you're the other.
yeah. So it's just it's always a little weird because people are like, because I always get that oh, you function so well, and I'm like,
As far as you see.
yeah,
So
like,
you're like,
if I gave you like a window into my brain,
go.
you would never speak to me again. I got proud to be a meeting from getting here.
Yep, I'll be back.
I actually do too. I'm in the rest of
I'm just gonna stay here. Yes, X-Men.
Well, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Allie. It's nice to meet you. Jesse.
I was Googling about the ADHD story.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I am well. How are you?
I'm still functioning.
Yay! I drink and whiskey says I know things. Okay.
My wife finds very good shirts.
I see that. It's very cute. Although my favorite is still Jason Graves. I'm not judging you based on age,
Oh, I saw that this morning.
sex, all that. I'm judging you on syntax.
Syntax, grammar, and punctuation. Yeah, that was awesome.
It's like, yes, that is totally an editor shirt.
Yes. Maybe they're out.
Yeah, well, that's why we
I
got
do not.
editors. Editors.
I like the little sparkly
It's a flamingo. Joey Starnes gave it to me. I also have a little thing that says flocking fabulous.
One of the stores I used to do part-time security for, they had a thing for flamingos, and in the back room, I saw it was like a flamingo shrine with like postcards and figures and buttons. And
Flamingos.
It's very Florida on it. I don't know if they do Florida.
But yeah, I'm having hard time sitting still. Okay. And I gotta do it's like I have
We
a few
balance-
minutes. I'm gonna bounce for a
we
bit.
balance out. I'm having a hard time staying in motion at this point. So
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm basically just gonna wander around until it's time for panel to start, and then I'm gonna sit still for a little while.
okay, when you get back,
Try
I'll
to
switch.
try not to.
No, go ahead. I've got time. I've got time. I've got time. Go.
Trying not to. Not tapping my fingers through the entirety of last panel is really hard.
One of the promotion processes I went through, one of the things they did was they had you do an interview and they videotaped you. So you would watch it later and you could figure out all the stuff you're doing that you don't realize you're doing. That was eye-opening.
Yeah, because I bounce and I tap. I'm just like, I need to sit still because if I'm not sitting still, I'm drawing attention away from whoever's speaking. I need to sit still. And then I can't hear what you're saying because I'm telling myself I need to sit still.
I'm loving working from home. No one, I'm very rarely come on camera. So I'm sitting there and
That's one of the things I was realizing during the pandemic. I have never had a job I could do from home.
Yeah.
Everything I've ever done has had a high physical presence.
Yeah, I'm a tour guide. It's impossible to do what I do from home.
At the moment, I'm,
Impossible to do what I do from home.
the moment I'm splitting my time between writing, which I can do at home, stagehand, which I absolutely can't do from home, and I just got promoted to sergeant at the sheriff's office I work for. So
can't do that from home. So,
no, I can't even stay in my freaking office most days.
and say,
We need you here. We need you here. We need you here. Why isn't that report done? Gee, let me think.
because I haven't had time to sit down and do it. Yeah.
I've been in meetings for 10 and a half hours of meeting schedule what's supposed to be an 8-hour day.
And then they wonder, it's like, why are you not productive? I'm not productive because you're in my way.
One of my favorite bosses had this wonderful saying. Actually, he had several, but the moment I'm thinking of is, if there was ever one word that would explain why mankind will never live up to its potential, that word is meetings.
Yeah. Like, we have to collaborate. No, we really don't. This could totally be an email. Or not at all.
Well, it's important that there's a presence. Important to who?
Yes.
Because nobody here really wants to be here, and most of us have things that we actually do need to do.
Yes. We have a staff meeting every 3 months, and I'm like, are they going to cover anything that's actually pertaining to me? Does it pertain to me in any way, shape, or form? If it doesn't pertain to me in any way, shape, or form, guess what? I'm not coming. It's like, I tell my manager that all the time. It's like, tell me the parts that pertain to me that are going to get covered. If it doesn't pertain to me, I am not coming because it's after 6 o'clock. I am off the clock. I do not need to be here. I am leaving. So, because he's like, well, I have to have it at a time when the day crew and the night crew can both be available. And I'm like, look, I clock out at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, I am done with this place. So when you tell me that there's a meeting at 6, guess what? I clocked out at 5 o'clock. I will not be at a meeting at 6.
One of my
But you get paid for it. I will not be at a meeting at 6.
Yeah, when they bumped me up on the promotion, I will admit my OT rate is such that I will put up with more extra stuff at this point because
Because your
Your
OT
OT is-
rate is worth it. I do not. I do not get overtime.
Oh,
I do
it's-
not get overtime.
I've been joking about this for years.
At times, which are inconvenient.
I've
Yeah,
been
which
joking
are
about this for
regularly
years, but this
inconvenient.
year is actually gonna happen. What's left on my mortgage and what's in my deferred comp account are gonna balance out. And I'm gonna have me a decision to make. As I get rid of that, my monthly expenses are very close to not much. This too is a problem.
Yes, I can't sit down and write at con because I need to be doing, I need to be networking, I need to be talking, I need to be moving, I need to be doing the things.
The book covers, that way I don't have to carry around a pile of books.
Ah, cool. In my brother's name. Yay.
That is a terrorist hit that happens on DC because an FBI agent won't admit he made a mistake.
Ooh. Can't believe it would be about this, but
That's an anthology that was a lot of fun.
yeah. Yeah.
They wanted post-apocalypse and they wanted to tie a cat into the story somehow or other. And I'm sitting there thinking through it. I'm like, okay, go with me on this. Witches usually have familiars. Familiars are usually felines. Jaguars are felines, and this is in the American Southwest. So my witch has a jaguar familiar. It was a fun little story. I'm actually working on turning something into a novel from that same setting. And
You're back.
all right, my turn. Yeah, that's what I gotta go find.
The one in here might work for you.
We shall find out.
Oh God, no. Because if I sleep, I'm gonna need 2.5, 3 hours. It's gonna be 2.5, 3 hours. And then my brain is going to wake up and I'm going to realize that I missed my next panel. Because yes. Yes. And I actually want to go see some of those airlines this year. I saw opening ceremonies. I can see closing ceremonies. That'd be cool. That is an unhappy little person.
Just saying what we're all thinking sometimes.
Yeah. The toddlers are some of the most honest people on earth.
I've seen screaming kids and I was like, oh, honey, same. I just can't say it.
Yeah.
It's kind of bad when you finally think about it with that whole standing in the middle of the street, or your head back and screaming. For no reason, I get it now.
Yeah, except as an adult, they call the men in the white coats when you do that. They call the men in the white coats when you do that. Hello. Yay! Audience participation. My first crush. Gosh. Who was my first X-Men crush? Oh, nice. Nice, nice.
Where?
Who are you talking about?
Do you want to trade?
Am I? Probably not, actually.
I like
There.
going last because I have no idea what I'm doing.
None of us
We
do.
can paper rock scissors.
Thank you, Roshan. Actually, I'll go to the other end. How about that?
Oh, watch this start on this end.
He's an actor and an improv guy, so you don't know what he's going to be doing.
Hey.
You know what? She is.
Yeah, once it's over, I would love to get a picture.
I will move over one.
I'm
I'm
dying.
musical chairs. This is what I'm doing.
I wish this room was as cold as it was yesterday. Yeah, I'm a little.
Good
Did you see
morning.
how I bullied my way
Oh no,
into
is
the
this your
seat?
seat? I'm sorry. My apologies.
I would move. It's okay.
No. It's fine. I'll sit down.
I tried to steal your chair too.
Ouch. I
Joke's
like
on
being
you,
the
he's into
center of
that.
attention. Oh, I started like that pen. I don't know that that would work very well.
It would once.
Are you
Yeah.
counting? Jess, are you counting? I'm counting. Look, I didn't steal someone's notepad this time.
I have it over here if you need it.
I don't know whose this is.
It's yours now.
I just borrowed it. I'll put it back.
Creative acquisitions.
I haven't been able to sit down since panel ended because I've been. Well, I spent the entirety of last panel.
I've been here for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
so
You needed to move.
It's my favorite. I'm a baby cosplayer, so
Because I'm
kinda what-
distracting when I don't.
it's-
I think most of us understand.
I think we may talk about Rogue just a little bit today. Too.
I'm sure she was. I'm sure she's probably at least one person in the room's crush as well.
The name looks familiar, but I'm not placing the face.
I don't know. She said she'd be back in a minute.
One of my all-time favorite scenes from X-Men '97 was actually from the opening. They was trashing like Sentinels since I thought was like, is that it? And Rogue's like, is that enough?
It's funny. I have very little experience with the original cartoon, with that cartoon.
Oh yeah.
With the 90s cartoon?
Yeah.
It was
That was my first.
around that time I was coaching fast pitch softball for about 15 years. So my kids were 7 and 9 at that time. So we didn't get any time sitting in front of the TV at all. Or if it did, it was late at night and I was watching Oz and Lost.
That's
So I didn't have any time for.
I know. That was what I grew up with. I stayed up late on Saturday nights just to watch it. Showing my age as a child.
I watched it from Europe
Oh, nice.
because I did not move back to the United States until 1995.
I was 2.
I was not too.
Neither was I.
Did you get me my walker?
Again, I was talking about my kids at that being 7 and 9. Thank God.
Well, the good part is with Rogue sitting next to me, no one's going to be looking at me and seeing how tired I look. So I approve.
However, I have been reading the X-Men
I'm
comics
using you as a
since
distraction. I'm being 100%
Yeah.
honest about this.
continuously, so that's how I got to be moderator.
Yeah.
When I was like, oh, X-Men 97, and then it said, let's talk about our mutants. I was like, well, that kind of encompasses all of them, so we're going to talk about everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Back in the day when Professor X was a young man.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know.
Oh god. Do we have to talk about the movies? Oh my god, I have opinions.
Oh, it will be discussed.
I have opinions.
Talk about a hit and miss.
Oh god. Mostly miss.
Yeah.
Mostly miss.
Well, can I come?
Great.
I'm like, not my call. Here's who you need to talk to.
That's I've taken Lily to just about every MCU film, and I talked her into. And we were talking about it last night. I can't remember which X-Men movie it was. I think it was Apocalypse. And she was like, ugh.
The costume design in Apocalypse is awful. I mean, it just
Okay,
is. The storyline is also shit. So,
I don't remember the costumes and.
Well, that's fine. I've been looking
just
for you
looking at
every time
Apocalypse
I've
himself,
seen
was
you.
like, what is this gross?
Hey, right. Okay.
Just
Oh,
looking at
What I'm not
Apocalypse.
at the end of this is,
Yeah, Apocalypse
I
is
had just,
awful.
I couldn't remember what the costumes were in that one.
How they nailed Psylocke up one side. I mean, that was her costume. Through
Yeah, but that
time.
was that's the easiest one.
Yes.
I mean, it's basically a
Apocalypse.
unit's hard.
How you take that good of a villain? Okay, I think we could start.
you're in charge.
It's lunchtime, or it's. Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, we have microphones. The other place doesn't have microphones. Welcome to our discussion about all things X-Men and mutants. My name is Sammy Castle. I am the moderator of the panel, the king of the kingdom today. I guess I don't know. That's terrible.
Professor Xavier.
Yes, with no mind control powers whatsoever. I have been a lifelong comic book enthusiast and fan and collector. I'm also a North Carolina based filmmaker and actor. I have never gotten to play a mutant. That's on my agenda at some point, or in the MCU at all. That would be wonderful. But when I saw the panel ideas, I instantly clicked on this because it's comic books, and I'm wearing them. And then I realized, oh, this was supposed to be about the '97 cartoon. But then somebody said, oh no, it's okay. You just talk about mutants. So I said, yay, I can do this. So let's start to my left and introduce yourself and tell us your first experience with the X-Men.
Oh. Okay. So My name is Alidria Hurt, and I am an author of speculative fiction. And my first interaction with the X-Men, I was 6 years old in 1988, and I got to see Storm for the first time on a comic book, and I was like, "Mommy, it's me! I want." And of course, my mother, being the wonderful human being that she is, said, "We don't have money for that right now, but later."
So, I'm Allison Charlesworth. I'm one of the co-founders and co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta, Georgia. We are the third weekend of every October, so come check us out if you're interested. My other co-chair, co-founder is in the audience there. My first X-Men, I think my brother, who was 5 years older than I was hugely into comics. And when you have an older sibling who is especially about 5, 6 years older than you just want to do what they do. But I could not, for some reason, get into Superman. It just wasn't doing it for me. But when I found X-Men, I was like, this one fits. This one I can see myself in. I love the backstory of a lot of the characters. Rogue and Storm were my two first, I want to be them X-Men crushes. So
Valid. Well,
I write under the name Waylon Smith. I used to say I was a multi-genre author, but I switched that to pan-authorial because it gets more laughs. Between short stories and novels, I think I've been published in every genre at least once. One of my ongoing novel series is Wildside Incorporated, which is about superhuman mercenaries. So that may appeal to some of the folks here. I've been reading comics since since like the mid 80s or so. I used to co-own a comic shop. I think I started with the X-Men right around the first time the Brood showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So among my collection, not that I go for stuff like this, it just sort of happened because I was reading. I've got Gambit's first appearance. I've got Cable's first appearance. I've got the New Mutants' first appearance. So yeah, I've had a bit to do with the X-Men off and on over the years.
My name is Amber. I am with the con. I'm not sure if this is working. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear me. I'm a little stuffy. So I'm technically the social media director for the con, but I am horrible at it. So I'm more of the emotional support human while everyone else does my job for me. My first experience with X-Men or even mutants in general, it was about the same time. Mutant X. Anybody remember that show? And then the 90s animated cartoon that would come on Saturdays nights. My brother and I, that was the only cartoon we ever agreed on. And when I saw Rogue for the first time, I was like, I don't know if I want to date her or if I want to be her. So here we are.
Or both.
Exactly.
Just real quick, my first experience was God Love Man Kills, the storyline, which turns into X2 pretty much, kinda. So I now have went back and through my collection have a lot of those first appearances as well. I also have the first Wolverine, Hulk 181. So it's funny, a lot of those side characters showed up in other comic books before they became X-Men technically.
Random trivia fact: Sabretooth did not start off as a Wolverine villain.
No.
Sabretooth started off fighting Iron Fist.
Yep. Marvel Premiere 15. Or Iron Fist. Yeah, one of the
I
other.
think it was Marvel
Yeah,
Premiere.
Marvel Premiere 15. So let's start off with what is it that draws you to the X-Men and mutants? To my left.
Diversity, being part of a collective, and realizing that you have all of these like various people who are a part of this singular group, and that basically means there's somebody for everybody. It just so happens that Storm was my somebody. When I first saw her in a comic book, I was like, I want to be you someday, and I guess I'm getting there.
We all are.
So
The was that you with the thunder and lightning last night? That was.
Yep. Yep.
I think for me, it's the idea of found family. I think X-Men does that extremely well. Found family and the rooting for the underdog, or understanding that othering is bad.
Yeah.
Those for me are what drew me in.
I like the way they played up the characters having actual unique personalities, unlike a lot of hero books at the time. When X-Men was at some of the height of its popularity is also when DC's New Teen Titans was like DC's #1 selling book. And there actually was an X-Men Teen Titans team up crossover thing, which was really well done. But I like that all these incredibly powerful people also generally have some sort of a weakness, not like made up kryptonite, but something that made sense. Like Storm is vastly powerful, but amazingly claustrophobic. And Wolverine is a hell of a fighter, but doesn't necessarily know when to stop. And for all of his power, Colossus is really still kind of naive about a lot of things, or was back at that point. Also, they had Thunderbird at least briefly, so there was some native representation finally. Of course, they managed to kill him in like his second appearance,
Yeah.
but it was a start.
For me, I like that it grows with you. Like when I was a kid, it was this fun, colorful cartoon experience that I loved. And then as I got older, you start seeing the real world applications with civil rights, and then the integration of different characters. And just, I mean, even now, it's still pretty prevalent in our day to day and just different aspects of it. So I just like that it kind of, there's a different concept and growth with it. It's words are hard. I think it's pretty. It's pretty cool.
I trumpet a lot of that stuff too. And in full disclosure, I am a Thor homer. I'm a Thor aficionado. But that is a very non inclusive group of characters, especially early on. So when the X-Men popped up and we started to see all these different people, and it's an aspect of my best friend had a birthday this past week, and I posted in that not all brothers are blood, but all brothers are family, and I think that encapsulates the X-Men a lot. That they're not blood. Most of them. I mean, there's families that are mutants, but they're all family, and they well, most of the time. I mean, we have to have some storytelling, but most of the time we'll defend each other tremendously. Um, uh,
What's a family without a little bit of drama?
Family is normally the biggest kind of drama, so that maybe that's even better there. Um, so let's talk a little bit about the multimedia aspect of this, and some of your what's your favorite non comic book version of the X-Men, Amber?
I think probably I'm gonna stick with, oh gosh.
You broke her.
You broke me.
I
Next
broke her.
goes, I don't want to go next. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to skip for now. I'm gonna think about this.
There's
for a second.
questions involved with this panel.
This is
I don't
hard.
understand.
Was it hard?
Waylon, you got one?
I might actually go with the cartoon for a couple of different reasons. For a lot of people, it was their first exposure to the X-Men if they didn't read comics. They did a decent job showing who the characters were as much as you could with a cartoon made for the general public at that point. And they did some good storylines in the cartoon. And I'm not 100% convinced some of the later movies would have happened without that cartoon.
Nice.
Mine was also the cartoon. So I think when did it originally come out? Was it
96,
97?
97?
So it was right at 92.
Was it that early?
Yeah, I was like 7.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
Yeah, I
I
was
was
still in Europe.
in later middle school, lower high school, and that was one that just pulled me in. The voice acting, especially for the time, was really great. And I was pretty excited actually to see that a lot of those original voice actors are coming back for X-Men 97. Yeah. So
I'm also gonna have to say the cartoon because I mean, outside of the comic books that I was collecting, I've been collecting comic books since I was like 7 years old. but the getting to introduce my friends who didn't read comic books to these people and having a shared vocabulary for the few friends that I had, for being able to get them to understand why this is such a big thing. It's like, oh my god, all these people that I almost thought of as my own, I almost thought of as my friends, I got to share them with other people. And that's and of course that's also the time when my father actually decided he was going to watch this cartoon, which I'm a daddy's girl, I'm just going to go ahead and say. So having a shared vocabulary with my father for something was like, it's like mind blown. The galaxy just revolved around me for a minute. I was like, yes, this is great.
It's like you're the first one in to know something about that, something that everybody else wants to know about suddenly, and you're the expert. So yeah, I
Yeah,
get that.
at 10 years old, being a 10-year-old expert on something is like, yeah.
I missed the cartoon because it was in a time when I was very busy with other stuff, and I didn't get to watch hardly any TV. So I will say I like X2, um, but I also really like the New Mutants movie that kind of got swept under the rug because of the pandemic. That was a really fun little movie, and they explored a lot of stuff that they hadn't done in any of the X films. We'll talk about X films in a little bit because there's love and mostly hate relationships with those. But since everybody at the panel besides me uh, is a big fan of the cartoon.
Well, wait a minute. Did you come up with your answer yet?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry,
You
Amber.
Dang it. No,
You gonna join the crowd?
Almost got away.
Can you tell that I'm new at panels? I think the cartoon, yes. But also like not just the '90s one, but X-Men Evolution. That was a pretty good one. I liked it. I mean, it took him back. It was. I think that one was a little bit more for the younger generation. I feel like the '90s cartoon kind of catered to the whole family, whereas X-Men Evolution was a little bit kids, but passion in my heart, you know.
Well, it's funny when you talk about people mine and Waylon's age, the 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 ca- cartoons were always made for kids. It wasn't until we were much older that cartoons were made for adults at some point. Um, you know, everything we watched was Hanna Barbera or
Looney Tunes.
yeah, and I mean it was. I mean, there was adult stuff that you didn't know was adult stuff until you became an adult, and then you're like, oh, that has a different context. Uh,
They did that brilliantly in Animaniacs.
yeah, yes.
Oh God, Animaniacs.
So what? Again, since I'm the lone wolf in this that hasn't watched the cartoon series, I've seen an episode or two here and there. So what draws you to that as your favorite multimedia aspect?
A little bit of nostalgia because, like, in 1992, I was 10 years old. So when I look back on it, and I can watch it now and still enjoy it. Whereas there are a lot of things that from my childhood that I look back on now and I go, "Oh wow, that's problematic." And
That's with it. Imagine being my age.
it's like, "Oh wow, that's problematic." So I'm just like, I can actually go back and enjoy it, and I might even learn something that I didn't realize when I was younger, and actually get more out of it. And I mean, I can do that with the comic books, but the I'm going to be honest, doing it with a visual medium that I can literally put on and do something else at the same time makes it that much easier to consume. So it's like it's just easier, and it's more fun to look up occasionally and go, "Hey, I remember the first time I saw that."
I think for me, I think it goes back for me to the fallibility of the characters. So it really, I know we're talking mutants, but it humanized them
Yes.
in a way. So they all had these silly, petty little problems to go alongside the storylines of, oh, we're going to save humanity here and all of the mutants, but also I'm really jealous about this thing and we're going to have to fight about it. And I liked being able to see that because I think, especially as a teenager, I think 14, 15, when the cartoon started, you were constantly in your head at that age about there is something really wrong with me and everybody else is fine. It's just me. And so seeing that, all those problems sort of, the weaknesses and the vulnerabilities shown in characters that were ultimately super powerful was validating. I think that's what did it for me.
And that was something that's a Marvel thing.
It is.
That's Stan Lee and Jack Kirby and Ditko and those guys were very adamant that they saw how vanilla DC was, and
DC till the 80s to fix that.
yeah, and have they really still fixed it yet? I mean, to some extent, but so they were very. Stan and those guys were very adamant that they wanted everybody kind of represented and have problems and issues, which is what makes Peter Parker so loved.
Well, if 92 is right, then I had just graduated from college. Hush. The show was different, but I think what really drew me in, the first episode, there's a major fight with the Sentinels, and there's a wonderful little Cyclops rogue bit, but better than that even, Jubilee becomes the doorway character, so you can see what's going on through her. She's just getting sort of swept up in all of this, and Gambit drops a couple of Sentinels with that wonderful card trick of his, and she turns and goes, "How did you do that?" And just sort of goes, "With style." And I'm just sort of like, okay, right there, I'm in.
So for me, I wasn't even born yet when it started.
I need something a little stronger.
so I caught it a little later on in life, but it's definitely a nostalgia factor. But looking back on little child me, seeing all these different people, because I grew up in a small town, it's not very diverse. It's not very cultured. You got your Baptist churches on every corner. It was just a whole other world to see, and then to see, like you mentioned, the small little problems that everybody goes through, but these superheroes who have powers are going through the exact same problems, even though they're like higher beings in my eyes. It was nice.
They're doing all that while fighting supervillains.
Yeah, and doing laundry.
Yes.
And folding clothes. Sometimes I don't even do that.
I don't know that Wolverine does his own laundry, but I think he's probably still wearing the same outfit. Well, close to the same outfit.
Not really. He's getting shot
Yeah,
off.
well, true.
Clothes don't
Burn
regenerate,
off
but
of
he
him,
does.
or, the Fantastic Four invented magical clothes long ago
I
for
still love molecules.
yes, that kind of helps everybody.
Yeah, he's got like one of those boxes of like the jeans and the shirts.
There
He
is
just goes
a
back to his room. You marvelous."
there is a panel in a comic book of Sinister opening up his closet and just seeing all those outfits, the same outfit lined up in the closet. So Amber, let's start down here with you.
Go well.
No, this is going to be much easier. Tell me your favorite X-Man. And I said it was going to be easy. I give you a softball. And what do you think is the best mutant ability out of all the X-Men?
Plot twist, it's Gambit.
Ah.
No, I like the empathy aspect of his powers. I didn't know whenever, they didn't really talk about it too much in the cartoon, so I didn't know a little bit until later. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. But also just because I had a really big crush on him and his accent. So like whenever they were talking about Channing Tatum playing Gambit, I was like, he's not Cajun enough. No, he's like Wonder Bread. We need a little spice. But yes, Gambit's my favorite.
I'm probably going to go with Wolverine, not so much for the cool, tough aspect, but over the years, the way they evolved him into a sort of very layered warrior. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Wilby.
This is a tough one. I know you said this was a softball, but I could sit here and make an argument for each of them. Oddly enough, I love. Oh, you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
Sorry.
This is not an easy question. It's like
What?
this is
You've
this.
talked about her the entire time. That's not.
Oh no,
it's not the obvious.
Storm is by far the one that I want to be.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't. I have a fair bit of claustrophobia, so we actually kind of are together on that. But is she my absolute like abject favorite? No, because some of the decisions that she's made over the course of being a character have made me go, "Girl, why? Girl, why?"
Are you trying to say marrying T'Challa was not a good idea?
Oh God, no! I'm so God. I am so. The retcon for that made me so happy. But the more the fact that she doesn't get married to Forge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like Forge or even Wolverine. Those would have made sense, but T'Challa. They have one friggin' interaction together like years and years and years ago, and suddenly we want to make her queen of Wakanda. You could have just made her queen of Wakanda anyway.
Yeah.
Don't need no man.
Needless to say, I got opinions, y'all. But yes, she is one of my she is like the all-time one that I want to be, but she is not my like abject favorite person for the choices that she has been written to make. So,
well, now I'm curious.
I'm not. I'm gonna say something that's going to make everybody think I have lost my mind, and I am an abject Mr. Sinister fan.
Oh, nice.
I am one of those people. If he were real, I would be a test subject. Abso-freaking-lutely.
Balled in, hook, line, and sinker.
I'm in. Clone me. I'm good. I'm just like, but I think it's because it's like there's that sort of almost gothic romance about him that just. I remember the first time I saw him in a suit. And when they say that a suit is lingerie for men, they are not lying. So
I mean,
yeah.
he started off as in the Victorian era, so
exactly.
Yeah, that's a very he should look good in that stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, you can have it back now.
Okay. Now you're on
Okay,
the spot.
Fine. So I think what I like about him a lot is the duality, like the sort of the push and pull of I can be more than one thing at once. I didn't know that I had the last panel that was in here was about ADHD. I didn't know I had ADHD until like 2-3 years ago, when I was around someone who had ADHD and was like, yeah, I do this to cope. And I'm like, huh, I do that too. I do this thing and it helps me cope with my ADHD. And I was like, huh, yeah, I do that too. And then I was like, oh crap. Okay. Yeah. So we just discovered some things. But I always felt kind of like I was fighting myself in my mind, like my brain's fighting me. So I actually like, Jean Grey, because of that. And I also like Beast. So I always liked the sort of, the big burly, thing. And then he's over there with his glasses and he's,
He's
doing
quoting
his-
Shakespeare
Yeah, and he's in his lab. And I'm like, yeah, I feel that. Like that,
Spoiler
I
alert,
actually-
not anymore in the comics. They've completely
No?
screwed him up.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, he is like the lead villain.
Yeah. Yeah, he's Dark Beast right now. That's the Age of Apocalypse. He's secretly taking his, but yeah. Even
I haven't
the
been
regular
keeping up with
Beast
the
is
comics,
not.
so-
That job running the
Yeah.
Krakoa Island version of the Secret Service, and he's making some really quick.
Awesome.
If
Yes.
you join the con cult, one of our rules is canon isn't Thank you. That was a test. Good job, guys.
I am obviously because I am abjectly Southern, as you can tell. I am a big Rogue fan. Also, she's very, very, very attractive, and that silver hair is tremendous. But I'm gonna throw a little curveball. One of my favorite X Men is Jamie Madrox, the Multiple Man. He started off very corny and very kind of flighty when he started X Force Investigations and that kind of stuff. They started adding a lot of depth to his character.
It's like he grew up.
Yeah, yeah,
Peter David's run
yeah.
on X Factor with Madrox and a few others was just astounding.
Yeah, yeah, very good stuff. So that's where I kind of started really liking him. I'm a little bit of a Wolverine fan. I think most everybody is. Everybody wants to be that guy and run around and just stabby, and there's no consequences whatsoever. But then go, oh, I didn't really kill him. Maybe I did. I don't know. And Hugh Jackman made him very personable. So that's a little bit of a segue I didn't plan on. Let's talk about movies,
I got opinions, y'all.
which is why I looked at you first. Do you have what have the movies done right and wrong?
Let us start with X-Men 1. So, number 1, why the devil is Rogue a teenager? Why is Iceman a teenager? What? Why did you do this to my characters? And then of course you have the ones who are adults in this particular situation. Why are they adults in this particular situation when other people are teenagers? Why? What casting choices do we? And Halle Berry is Storm. Okay, let's not go there. Anyway, the
I
in
think
and
you
out
answered your own question there.
Yeah, the in and out accent. It's like, but okay, I don't like any of the first run. None of them. I'm not particularly fond of the First Class movies. I actually did not see the New Mutants movie because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So it might actually be worth something. I hope. I'm actually going to probably go look for it later because I want to know if it's worth something.
It is not Citizen Kane, but I enjoyed it.
I'll take your word for it because after the first movie came out, I watched it. I watched it 3 times just to make sure that I actually hated it. And then yeah, I am that big of an X-Men fan that I'm like, I can't hate this movie. This is an X-Men movie. And then I watched it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, realized I still hated it, said, okay, I never have to watch this again. And then X-Men 2 came out. And I said, okay, we're just not going to subject ourselves to this. I read the storyline. I read the storyline like synopsis, and I said, this will make me throw things. This will not make me happy in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And then there came a third one, and I was like, okay. The second one made me want to throw things. The third one made me want to burn down theaters. It's like, what in the world are you people doing? And so I got opinions, y'all. If you get me drunk, it'll be even funnier.
So by that progression, if another movie comes out, we should get you the whole Hannibal Lecter rave with a little.
Yeah, basically, just go right ahead, because I will quite literally probably be that one who's like, the director's getting death threats. Do you know from who? It's like,
remind me to never show you one of my films.
It's like,
yeah, I don't have these opinions because I'm real easy on this stuff. Like, I show up and I'm like, ooh, is this entertaining? It is entertaining. Cool. Even if it's a hate watch. Sometimes it's a hate watch.
Yeah.
3 was a hate watch. Like, I will
Yeah.
watch it and I'll be like, man, that's horrible. But I still love it. So
The funny thing about most of those choices they made. And I think the original X-Men, they made casting choices and then made the film around it. Halle Berry was a big star. James Marsden was a pretty big star. Uh, Hugh Jackman was a pretty big star. I think they picked their cast and then just kind of made the movie to fit that a little bit. Um, so I like X2, but I also really love that storyline, and it holds a dear place in my heart. And I thought they were trying to do something a little darker and grittier with that. Um, Waylon, thoughts?
I'm going to go with individual moments rather than whole movies, and in roughly this order. Nightcrawler's attack on the White House was one of the most brilliant fight scenes they've ever done. Wolverine fighting off the attackers at the mansion. I think that one was in X2, which was great and made even better by an interview I saw later. They were interviewing Hugh Jackman about that scene. He was like, "Oh yeah, I said I'd do it. I told the stuntman they'd be okay, and I got up on that balcony and I did the pose and I looked down and I said, this is really high," which was just a great interview. And then in Days of Future Past, I think the start of the movie where they had the big fight with the hugely evolved Sentinels. I mean, it was grim to watch because so many characters I like got themselves killed, but it was a really well done scene.
Positive. Positives, negatives, hopefully some positives.
So, because of my age, I was consuming the first three about the same time that I was consuming the animated series. And I think just because I was on such a high from the animated series at the time, I loved the movies because I was like, I'm getting more. Please give me more. And then as I watched them as an adult, I was like, I hate the casting for most of the characters except for Hugh Jackman, Patrick, and In. I think that they have the best relationship both in and outside of the series. That they're forever going to be Magneto and Professor Xavier to me. And then First Class came out, and I didn't hate them. I watched them. I thought they were entertaining, but I don't actively seek them out. But my favorite was actually the New Mutants movie because it was like, if you haven't seen it, it's kind of set up almost like a horror flick in my mind.
Yeah,
it was just new.
It's
It was
absolutely
engaging.
horrible.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting that. So whenever I went to the theater and saw it, not expecting that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is great. But yeah, the movies, individual moments over the whole thing. I hated the Rogue storyline.
Yeah.
And as someone who loved Rogue in the series, I was like, I don't like this.
And I like Anna Paquin. I love True Blood.
I did like her as Rogue. She
yeah.
wasn't that sassy Southern. She was more of a meek. We see those moments in the series where she has her self doubt. But overall, I think of Rogue as a sassy, independent-ish Southern belle who's not afraid to kick ass, take some names, and then we saw her as this meek child. Kind of hurt my heart a little bit.
I kept waiting for her to stand up and go, "Watch this, sugar." Something along those lines.
But yeah, I think that's my take on it.
So we now know that they're redoing the cartoon or continuing. I think it's a sequel. Yeah. And actually finishing going to try to finish the story with Professor X and leaving and all that stuff. I assume everybody's looking forward to it. If everybody was a fan of the original, what would you like to see them do with it? Or the MCU is going to have them soon. This may be a setup and a test market for that. Where would you like to see them go with the cartoon or the movies?
I'd like to see them actually take on the whole Onslaught storyline. But I don't know if they're going to try that after they tried Apocalypse. It's because that's heavy.
Yeah. There's some dark stuff in that storyline.
Yeah, that's heavy, but it also, to me, factors into Professor X stepping down and going away and kind of letting the new group take over by basically showing off the fact that he's not infallible.
Yeah.
And that is something that he almost gets, that you almost get the feeling of, especially early in the cartoons, you don't get to see him fail. You get to see him sort of fail, but not just fail and fall flat on his face.
Oh, he's done it in the books a lot.
Yeah. Um, so I think at the end of the cartoon, Professor X has gone off to help. What's her name?
Lalandra,
Lalandra,
the
yeah.
Shi'ar.
Yes. And so we have Magneto stepping in, along with, is it with Beast as well? Who's the second? Was it Beast? So I'm in the middle of a rewatch, but I have not gotten
I
very
need to go
far
back and do
along because
that.
I don't remember all of the details anymore. I am interested to see what happens with Magneto in this one, and I am kind of hoping that they bring in some of the new mutants in addition to the current cast, like, you know, just to have kind of how Jubilee was in the original. So we got to see like her coming in and going, oh crap, like these people know what they're doing. I have no idea what I'm doing, and she's learning along the way. I'd like to see that with the new group of people that we haven't seen.
Well,
For the cartoon, I would love to see both the New Mutants and Alpha Flight. I think either of those would be really cool.
yeah.
For the movies, someone wrote this as a joke, I think, on Facebook at one point, and I've not been able to get this out of my head, and I really kind of want to see it. The way they get brought in is you see a computer desktop and you see a file of X-Men movies and a file of the MCU, and someone just does a click and drag and drops it. And then the camera pulls back and it's Deadpool.
Ah, yes.
And I really kind of love that as a solution. Barring that, the X-Men have certainly fought enough reality warping people. Onslaught, Jamie Braddock from over with the Captain Britain characters. Just something goes awry with one of them, and they end up in the MCU trying to figure out how to fit in. But I would love to see some well-written X-Men characters become part of the MCU.
I think we will. Well, at least I hope so.
Well, we're going to see the X-Men in the MCU. I'm going to go back to the well-written parts.
So for the cartoon, I kind of wish they would go back and redo the last season they did just for the animation purposes, because you can see the giant decline and how bad it was. But I'm excited just to see what they do with Magneto, just because of his character growth, because they could either butcher it or they could just take him back 3 steps and go back to his complete villain arc. And I don't want to see that. I want to see the growth continue. But honestly, for anything else, I'm just so tired of seeing the Rise of the Phoenix. Anything else, I'm ready to move on. I'm sorry. I know you said you liked that one, but
No, I like it too. I don't like the third one.
okay,
Yeah.
because
Last Stand. Yeah.
I'm ready to see something new.
Yeah.
Let's do a moratorium right now. No more Phoenix. No more death of Thomas and Martha Wayne.
Yes.
And no more Uncle Ben getting shot in the street.
But-
We're good.
And it's funny. I meant to make this point earlier that most of the comic book storylines that these movies have been based on have been very short runs. Like Days of Future Past is only 3 issues in the comic books, and they made it into a 2.5-hour movie. So they have to add a bunch of stuff to that. So to me, it would make more sense to take a longer storyline. I'd like to see the Onslaught thing, but I think they're going to have to reintroduce everybody first before you can, because to me, the Age of Apocalypse, Onslaught, that whole deal was so impactful because you cared about those characters so much. There was so much of a history with them.
Age of Apocalypse is my second most favorite storyline ever.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I hope they do not bring up Cassandra Nova. I don't ever want to know that Professor X had a twin that he killed in the womb. That's just weird. There's a lot of stuff I don't think they should touch. But I mean, it's the X-Men. They've been around since the 60s. There's plenty of storylines there and good storylines. God Love Man Kills, Days of Future Past, a lot of that stuff was
Inferno.
good storylines. They just screwed it up for the movies because they're trying to do too much with it.
Yeah, Inferno is another one that I really like.
Yeah.
The Mutant Massacre was really well done.
Mutant Massacre was good. Yeah.
There is I will spare you all something just in case anyone else runs across this. There is currently a novelization out of the Dark Phoenix saga. Don't. I got it at discount and I still paid too much. The guy who wrote it, I'm guessing they gave like a bunch of little, this is what this character does descriptions, and that was about as far as he read. Yeah.
It's to me it's kind of funny that the two main X-Men, which are Cyclops and Jean Grey, are two of the least favorite X-Men. I don't know if that's a Marsden effect or I mean even in the comics it's like there's been a couple storylines where he's been fun, but
One of the best individual stories I ever read, I think it was one of the annuals from back in the late 90s. The Blackbird crashed when they were going somewhere, and the entire story was Xavier, Scott, and Aurora, and them trying to survive where they ended up and the dynamics between the three of them. That was a brilliant piece of writing. They couldn't make it work as a movie, I don't think, for a bunch of reasons, but I would love to see that. Or even, I think it was like Kitty's first real story when those Sidri demons invade the X Mansion, and she basically does Home Alone.
Yeah.
It was a great story.
Also, it's I think part of Cyclops' problem is they've run him through so many women. He's basically a male hooker for the X-Men. Jean dies and he cries for a minute and goes, "Oh, look, there's a clone of her that looks exactly like her," and so I'm going to marry her.
Suddenly you have Madeline Pryor.
And then Emma Frost goes, "Oh, look, I'm a good guy and I wear hot white lingerie," and he goes, "Ha ha, I like you too." And now he's back to Jean again. But
A buddy of mine came up with a theory that Scott Summers is actually addicted to telepathy, which is why he's been with Xavier so long. And he's come up with a lot of really interesting theories, actually. And I looked at that one, and I'm sitting there trying to find a way to refute it, and I'm going,
I always looked at Scott as being like the X-Men equivalent of Superman. He's Mr. White Bread. And it's like he's so almost uncontroversial in some ways that it's like you get annoyed with him just existing.
He's a golden retriever without the cute factor.
That's very good. That's very good. All right, so we touched on it just a little bit. This is kind of actually probably one of my last questions. We'll open it up to the audience, and we'll start with Amber because I like to put you on the spot with picking favorites. Let's talk. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about our villains a little bit because Marvel has always had while a wide variety of villains, not the greatest villains, but the X-Men have a lot of villains, sometimes from within. Who's your favorite X-Men villain?
So it used to be Sinister, but then in college I had to do a civil rights paper, so I chose X-Men Correlation. And I don't know why, but I fell in love with Magneto because as I kept doing more research, I was like, you know what, he's right. Burn it down. Like I agree with him. And then I was like, oh my gosh, like he's literally fighting for them. He's making this massive civil rights movement. Now, is all of his choices right? Probably not, but he makes really great points in the way that he does things. Maybe we shouldn't assassinate the president, but like we could do some marching, some protesting. I don't know. I really think that right now I'm still a Magneto stan. That's why I'm just kind of curious and hope to see if they do him right whenever the new series starts. But it used to be Sinister because I was a very angsty teenager who was, we all go through that phase, right? I mean, you're still there.
Still there. I'm still there.
Well,
like this was about when I first started reading, but the initial run of stories with the Brood, they were terrifying. I thought it was a phenomenal piece of storytelling, and I really liked it. But what I might go with, and this is another trivia thing that a lot of people don't know, when he first showed up, Gambit was supposed to be a villain.
Yep.
He was supposed to infiltrate the team, learn all of their secrets, and take them down. And then after the first couple of issues, they started getting all the fan reactions, and the editors were like, and they did a bunch of massive rewrites. But I really kind of would have liked to see how that would have played out.
Good. Allison?
I'm absolutely with you on Magneto. Like just the whole, the Holocaust backstory and then the complicated stuff that comes out of that for him. It's kind of like Thanos, right? Like at some point you look at it and you're like, maybe he's not totally wrong. Like I wouldn't really go there, but I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, I can't really argue with you.
Yeah, right? Like, so how about you?
Like I said, I'm a Mr. Sinister fangirl, but my favorite girl villain is Mystique.
Nice.
Mystique is in I think more of her as a comic book character or the the cartoon than anything that they did with her in the movies. But there is a pretty good fight scene between her and Wolverine. But I look at the choices that she makes as a villain, and then later as a like anti-hero, I guess you could say. And I think that put in her position, I would make very similar choices.
I think that's one of the great thing about X-Men villains is a lot of them you see a good side, a kind of purpose to what they're doing, and uh, Gambit starting off as a bad guy and Magneto starting off as a bad guy. Uh, I'm also a big proponent for Emma Frost, not just because she is beautiful, but because she has some crazy powers, and is not scared to own it. You know, she's like, this is the right way to do it. I don't understand why y'all are not agreeing with me.
Yeah.
I also want to throw in a little bit of love for Mojo because I am an arcade guy. and, and that dude is so sleazy and so decrepit that he's kind of fun. I would love to run a game show like that. So we'll open it up to the crowd for any questions or comments. Or you don't know about Mojoverse? Mojoverse is a planet where they do game shows, and you either survive or you don't. Um, and he puts it on TV for the entire universe to see, except you have to pay for it. It's a pay per view only. So they'll like Long Shot has spent quite a bit of time in the Mojoverse. Yeah. There's a lot of them that have bounced in and out of Mojoverse for different reasons. Pay per view.
And
Look,
the mercifully short-lived run of the X Babies was Mojo's doing.
Yes, yeah. Mojo is he doesn't care about anything but making money off of whatever.
Money and ratings.
Yep, money and ratings. Questions? Anybody? Comments? Yes.
I gotta ask you, probably only two of you over there know what I'm talking about. There was an original. I'm sorry, it's all about the game, guys.
No, you're fine.
Unless you're like, there was a short animated movie with X-Men where the voice acting was horrible. Wolverine sounded like he was from Australia or New Zealand.
X-Men guest starring on Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. They fought the Juggernaut. Wolverine was Australian for some bizarre ass reason.
Yep.
Horrible.
Oh, it was.
It was terrible. I mean, go back, look at that, and you'll be like looking at X-Men movies going, this is gold.
Be more appreciative.
So this isn't a hate watch thing. Like it's not bad enough to be a good.
We tracked it down back when I was in high school on VHS.
Uh-huh.
And it was just one of those, because we were like, animated X-Men, because all we ever seen was comic books, graphic novels. That's it. That's all it was. Somebody did this one. I guess it was coming through.
They did a guest shot on Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and I think that's the one you're talking about. They also did a single release VCR tape movie where they introduced Kitty to a version of the team, um, which had some interesting concepts and some absolutely horrible execution of almost anything. The one brilliant part was they had a bunch of like one-on-one fights towards the end, and it was Nightcrawler versus the Blob. The Blob was like, "You can't move me," and Nightcrawler was like, "I'm not gonna try." Bam, see ya.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah.
Um,
That was that also the one where he has to do where he does the line of sight across empty space.
Yes.
That's the one I remember.
Somehow or other ends up inside a walker.
Nirvana.
The moment that like ignore like being told to be shameless fans right now. What's your favorite absolute badass moment from any of the media pieces in the franchise? Like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted to see. That for you is like just peak X-Men entertainment that you would recommend the most experience.
There was a two-part story where the X-Men went up against Doctor Doom. And Doom had some really amazing traps set up for the X-Men. He was not actually trying to kill them. He was essentially trying to figure out how they worked. And of course, they all managed to get free and they attack Doom. And Wolvie almost gets him, and Doom blasts him. And this image has been burned into my head since the first time I saw it. Doom's unleashed everything he has, and Wolverine is starting to get up. He's almost just silhouette, and there's smoke coming off of him. And I don't remember what Doom's line was before it, but as Wolverine's getting up, it's like, easy or hard, it doesn't matter, Doom. I'm going to keep coming until I get you. And it was such a beautiful little panel of everything that is Wolverine.
Amber, you got anything?
That's good.
Any thoughts?
I think
What?
there's a there's a run of Child Storm that uh, where she is first confronted with her claustrophobia, and she literally like tornadoes a house off of her, and I'm just like, I wish I could do that when I'm like trapped in a box, because even elevators make me go, I'm not 100% sure I want to be doing this. But that right there was just, I think I'm in love.
And Storm started off as a thief on the streets of
Yes.
Africa. Yeah. So
Streets of Egypt, and
Yeah.
she starts out, and a lot of people don't remember that she's actually biracial. That her father was an American. Well, I believe it's her father who was an American photographer, and her mother is a African princess. And then a airstrike destroys her house and kills her parents, and she is orphaned. And then this is like way back in her backstory, and she escapes from that. She ends up as a thief. She eventually meets Professor X, but she doesn't immediately go with him. She actually ends up out in the wilds of Africa and becomes the goddess. And then when she finally is recruited, it's like it's a whole she's a culture shock character because she's never been to the United States. There's a wonderful panel of her and Jean Grey, and Storm is stark naked because she does not understand that you don't do that.
I don't have a good answer on that one right now. So go ahead.
I will go. One of my favorite comic panels of all time is Magneto tearing the adamantium out of Wolverine. So brutal, so heart wrenching. I mean, here's this little short Wolverine looking guy with hair and claws and all this kind of stuff, and you feel so much for him in that moment. And I mean, he dies later on, and da 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 da. But that moment of he's always had this unbreakable bones. You can't kill him because of this, and now suddenly he is vulnerable, which is something he. It's interesting to watch him deal with it because he deals with it and doesn't hide it, and he continues to do the right thing.
And I think I was thinking on it, and I don't have a particular moment, but I like that you brought that up, that he was dealing with it, because something that they do really well is going through the process of emotions, and they don't hide the mental illnesses or the physical illnesses and things like that. And growing up in the 90s and stuff, mental health wasn't as emphasized on as it is now. So seeing them go through that kind of influenced the younger generation at that time, that hey, these feelings are valid. And when I think about, X-Men and my favorite scenes and stuff, it kind of boils down to those parts where they're just human, you know?
Yeah.
So
Well, I think in that time it was really odd to see, a tough, powerful guy, right? Wolverine's just a tough guy, but he grapples with his emotions and actually lets himself be somewhat vulnerable in those moments. And I don't think that you saw a lot of male representation in that direction at that time.
X-Men should be very I don't know what I'm trying to look for, but there's so many mental issues in the X-Men. I mean, from good guys and bad guys, uh, that it should be very prevalent right now. Because this is so much at the forefront of what we're talking about now, and there's so many bipolar, and poor Jamie has 58 million different personalities. Every time you hit him, he gets a different one. So, I think we're running out of time. So thank you all for coming to the panel. I hope we at least entertained you a little bit. Amber, let's start down here with you. Tell everybody your name again and where you're at and where they can find you and all that good stuff.
my name is Amber Barnhart. I do have an Instagram called Cosplay X Rogue. This is my first con panel series. I've had 3 panels this weekend. Yay! They may or may not let me do it again. We'll see.
I write under the name Waylon Smith. I'm at Waylon Smith 1 on Twitter. I still want to find who beat me to that. It's not a common name. I write reviews for all of the superhero-based TV shows and movies on a site called comicbookclog.com. Like I said, I've got the Wild Side series of books about superhuman mercenaries, which may be of interest to people who like X-Men. And I'm around. Look for Waylon Smith on social media. I'm close to the only one.
Close to.
I'm Allison Charlesworth. I'm one of the co-chairs of Multiverse Convention in Atlanta, Georgia, the 3rd weekend of October every year. You can find me anywhere at Multiverse Con. And I feel like there was something else I was supposed to say here.
It'll come to you in just a minute.
Actually, this was my first series of panels as well. I've never actually tabled as well.
Hey. Makes me happy.
Hi again. So I'm Alidria Hurt, and if you can spell my name, I'm the first 5 pages of Google.
Oh, nice.
I am literally, according to Google, if you put my first name and my last name together, I am the only one in the United States.
Yay.
It's kind of creepy.
But that could be turned to good.
We can find you.
Yes.
Oh yeah, everybody can always find me, which is what's really scary, especially since I'm a huge introvert and people randomly emailing me makes me really, really uncomfortable.
I was your moderator. My name is Sammy Castle. I am also known as Sammy the Comic Book Man. Look for that on Facebook. I do a lot of stuff with kids and trying to encourage them to read, specifically comic books. This is my last panel for the weekend. So you can find me at Congregate next month. Thank you all for coming out. If you see me in the hallway and you want to talk comic books, I own 50,000. So we'd be more than glad to talk them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You're a great moderator. Not everybody's good at moderating. That was very nice.
Thank you.
Are you laughing at me for that one?
No, I'm laughing at me. I'm laughing at me for the fact that I'm like, I'm just going to be loud about my opinions.
You should be.
I mean, that's the whole point of panels.
That's why we're here.
And there should be differing opinions too.
Exactly.
If
It's
all
not
of us
fun
sit up here and go,
otherwise.
yeah, you're right, then it's a dull panel. Yeah.
I actually keep in this congregate due to scheduling or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna try to get there this year, and like I heard about multiverse, right? Yeah, I heard about multiverse. Got home from the con, I was told about it, and they were supposed to get like. Get out.
Yes. Yeah.
I would love to come. I would look at these panels, so whatever.
Fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, let me see if I have one of
We got a
those.
card where you can look up all the
Yeah.
info.
That would be great.
Yeah, we have
Here you
a short.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the end, even though it only worked half the time.
Were you trying to hide from me?
I was
Yes.
because
I
that's
warned her.
who was
I
saying
knew
it,
you were
that's
going to
who
do
was saying it,
random
and I was
stuff.
like, I really don't want to be on this end. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Especially since you're new watching the video.
You're well. Are you?
I had an interesting answer for that last question, or that question that this person.
Okay.
And it's actually one for Cyclops, who doesn't yell a lot.
Yeah.
I hope he gets like the Captain America treatment in the films soon, like where because Captain America kind of had that same problem in the comics. Yeah, but there's this great panel. There's actually a series of panels. They're fighting the Juggernaut, and Cyclops is like giving all these commands to the X-Men to like set up all these elaborate like combos, including having Siren stand next to Dazzler. And Siren lets it.
Oh yes, that was brilliant.
To like hit him with that sound blast, and because Dazzler is powered by sound, it charges her up to this massive degree, and she basically like lets loose with this sort of thing to blast the Juggernaut. And it's all these other things, and he's labeling the plans, and he's labeling them plan 1, plan 2, etc. And then someone says, "Why aren't they plan A and B and so on and so forth?" And he says, "That would imply I have only 26 plans."
That's smart.
Yeah, I'm like,
I mean, he is smart, and he knows he's a good commander. He's just not that great of a character. I think he could be.
I feel like I said, I hope he gets the same treatment that Captain America.
So you have another one you wanted to go to?
It's Captain America's similar type of character.
Okay.
I hadn't thought about it. I hope they bring Alpha Flight in.
I'd love to.
I love Puck.
The John
Puck
Byrne-
is one of my favorite.
The John Byrne Alpha Flight runs the like first 2 years.
Sasquatch is really good. Shaman's really good. There's a lot of good characters.
I agree.
Again, the two
Decide to
best, the
dump
two
this
big
in the
ones were
car,
not
and
very
we
good.
just meet up at some point.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Okay. Well, you go try for coffee.
We shall see you.
That was a lot of fun. No, I see you.
Huh? I'm the moderator. I'm Vicky.
I'm Carol.
Nice to meet you. You're like, I'm smarter than I look. Uh-huh. This is my lunch. It's probably not a healthy lunch.
I was gonna grab fast food on my way back, on my way home after this panel. This is my last one, so I'm like, okay, after this, I hop in the car and I go.
No.
That is one of the big problems of conventions is I rarely eat healthy at them.
No. I went and got kava yesterday, which is similar, sort of healthy.
Sort of, yeah.
But yeah, I've eaten a lot of vegetables this week. Carrots waiting at home in my fridge that will probably become the hummus vehicle.
Oh yeah.
I love your shoes. Are they but there's one company I like, American Duchess.
No, they're not that fancy.
Uh-huh.
They're actually naturalizers.
Nice.
So they're really comfy.
Excellent.
I'm in the right place for the shelf control, right?
Yes. I'm the moderator. I'm Vicky. Hi, Vicky. Good to meet you. I'm Kat. I'm gonna go put away my chips now, so that people don't have to listen to me crunch on them up here.
Pulling up my story graphs so that I remember what I've read in the last couple of years. Search for trash can.
There's another brand I like that I cannot think of. It starts with an RE. Does really retro shoes that are comfortable. Why can't I think of it? Give me a second. I'll Google it. Like you're like Vicky, I didn't care.
I do though because I need new boots.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide if I want to go for some Duchesses or
They're so expensive. I look at them and
they're so
I'm like,
beautiful. Like I'm sure they're 100% worth it.
yeah,
But
remix. I think remix. I don't think I know that. I'll show you. This is no shelf control. We're recommending books.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Nope, no problem.
I love your ears, by the way. Oh, thank you.
I think I'm gonna show you. I think I've got.
remix vintage shoes.
Yep, those are the ones. Look at them.
Oh,
Aren't they
those are
pretty?
so cute.
Like, and the fact that they do flat shoes. I've got a book on
Yeah.
1940s fashion because I dig that look, which I can tell you do.
I
too.
do as I do.
I don't wear
Like the new look.
Yeah, the new look, and I like right during the end of World War II and right after, but which is slightly before the new look.
Yeah, late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, I love like the playwear that they did.
Yeah. Oh, those are fun. Yeah.
And I obviously I'm dressing in jeans and a t-shirt because I'm lazy, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. And one of the things, I've got a book called like 1940s fashion, and I was really surprised when I was looking at the shoes because they just picked catalog images and stuck it in there, right?
Yeah.
And they're not as uncomfortable looking as you would think. What are we making? Can I see? What's the pattern? Ooh. Yeah, of course. I am working on a crochet pattern. I also knit, but like right now, this is what I'm working on. Knitting up, it's crocheting up beautifully in this moss stitch. And so I like for clients to have patterns that don't need me to think real hard. So this is a single crochet plus a chain to make this, and it just with this variegated yarn, it knits up so well. Exactly.
Did you learn to crochet or knit first?
Me?
Yeah.
I learned to knit first, but I had been trying to crochet since I was a child because my grandma crocheted. And once I learned to knit, I learned about tension, and so that made it easier for me to learn to crochet.
Yeah, I flipped it. I learned crochet first, and when I tried to teach myself how to knit, tension was like it would get tighter and tighter and
Yeah.
tighter until I couldn't get the needle in anymore,
Yeah.
and I was so frustrated. But then it's like, okay, maybe meditation will help.
Yeah, a
You just
little
calm
relaxation with your fingers. Not, the fact is that like when you're knitting, the tenser you are,
yeah.
the tighter the tension.
Yeah.
So you've got to
I
Throw
did
those
this thing
shoulders
and it
back
start
in.
out this big and then it gets smaller and smaller. I was like, okay, I'm not dropping any stitches here.
No. But it's beautiful.
Do you have 4 or 5 on this one?
I think there's only 4 of us.
Yeah,
I think
four
we're all
people.
here.
Yeah,
Cool.
So, I'm gonna give us the whole 50 seconds we have left before we hit 1:30. I love this watch, right? It's my Samsung watch that I bought a few years back, and it tells me the seconds, which is the face I chose, and I love it. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and start a whole 30 seconds early. So let's start at this end. Why don't you introduce yourself, and then I'll introduce myself at the end.
Hi, I'm Cass Morris. I am the author of The Oven Cycle, which is historical fantasy. I am also 1/3 of the 2-time Hugo-nominated podcast World Building for Masochists. And one of the great joys of that show is that we get to have so many authors come on as guests and talk about their amazing books, which makes my TBR ever longer and less conquerable. And I also work in education, so I think a lot about what books I can recommend to the kiddos that I work with.
My name's Carol Coles. I'm the cinemistress for geekradiodaily.com, where I review movies, but I also do a monthly show called Tea and Tomes, where I drink tea, I don't spill it, and I talk about the books I read that month. I'm also 1/3 of the podcast Guardians of the Geekery, where we talk to local artists, and that includes a whole lot of local authors.
Cool. Already giving me more stuff I gotta go to go check out. So I'm Jesse Adams. I'm one of the co-founders, co-chairs of Multiverse Convention down in Atlanta every October. There's the other co-founder and co-chair, and also, since y'all were mentioning podcasts, 1/3 of the currently on hiatus Glitchy Pancakes podcast, where we also had a lot of authors on there to interview. And this the podcast and the convention were both started a few years ago after a conversation I had when I met Marshall Ryan Maresca in Austin, Texas, who is one of the other co-hosts of her podcast. So, interesting connection there. But that's who I am, and yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'm Vicki Perry. I'm moderating this panel. I also write historical fantasy and have a book under contract with Falstaff. It will not be under Vicki Perry, but I don't have a release date, so I'm not talking about that today. But I love historical fantasy, so that's why I'm looking over at you right now. So let's talk about books, because I read a lot, and I love whoever thought of the title for this panel, because I also have no shelf control. So why don't we talk about the best book we've read recently, like last 6 months? Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I also like the title of this panel because I truly believe that buying books and reading books are two entirely separate
absolutely.
hobbies. And I will die with a TBR and a bookshelf full of books I've never read, and that's perfectly fine. The best book I've read in the last 6 months, I have to say, is Prayer for the Crown Shy by Becky Chambers. It's the second in her Monk and Robot series. I love Becky Chambers, and I love the Monk and Robot series.
You and my friend Amelia.
Yeah, it's just so, it's like a warm brownie. It's just so happy. And she's kind of a hope punk writer, and I'm veering toward that after a half a century of reading a lot of horror and dystopian fiction. I'm in my old age, I kind of want to just settle down with something nice and cozy, and her books are really cozy.
Do you want to go next, Jesse?
Sure, yeah. So in the last 6 months, the one that stood out to me a lot was Paul Tremblay's The Cabin at the End of the World. I was feeling the need for some horror, and that's a tight page turner. It's a thriller. It's different, unusual. If anybody saw the recent movie Knock at the Cabin, it's a pretty faithful adaptation of that. I thought the book was excellent. And I've also been reading the Final Architecture series by Adrian Tchaikovsky recently. That has been really catching me. Tchaikovsky, for me, at first, like his first few books they're kind of like, you could like hard science fiction, if you want to, if you think that category means anything. It tended to be heavy on exposition and not so much character driven, but the current Final Architecture series is showing a huge leap in his ability to craft compelling characters and really get you, hooked on on the narrative in the series. So yeah, those are my most recent.
I'm going to talk about one that I finished actually just this weekend, sitting out at the pool. Psyche and Eros by Luna McNamara. It comes out sometime in the next couple of weeks. It comes out later this month. And it is, as you might guess from the title, a mythological retelling of the myth of Psyche and Eros. And mythological retellings are really big right now. And sometimes I love them, and sometimes I bounce hard off of them because I think about mythology a lot, and I have attachments to some of the characters. And sometimes I'm like, no, you're doing it wrong. Not wrong, but wrong in my head, and so I bounce off them. This one though was really gorgeous. It has a really lyrical style. It's dual viewpoint, so you get both Psyche and Eros in their own voices, which was really lovely. And she also weaves in a lot of other stories as well. So she actually sets this story. Psyche and Eros is it's a very fairy tale original myth. It's not set in a particular time or anything, but she sets it like sort of just before the Trojan War, and so she's weaving in some of those stories as well in a way that I thought was really, really interesting and a somewhat fresher take on some of those than some of the other retellings that have been out there lately.
Yeah. So now that we've sort of broken the ice by talking about the best book we've read recently, let's talk about genres that we enjoy reading. So, and the best book in that genre that you've ever read. Let's go with that. I know. Well, you don't have to make a decision. It can be one of the
I'm
best.
not wedded to this. I'm not going in the
exactly,
records. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So, Jesse, why don't you start? What do you write? What do you read? What are your favorite things?
Gotcha. Okay, so I wanted to ask. Sorry, is it Cass?
Yes.
Sorry. If you had, as you mentioned the mythology thing, I wanted to know if you had read the Mere Wife, Maria Devana Henry's retelling
No,
of
that's been on my
Beowulf.
list for forever. The Beowulf, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
We're all here to kill each other's TBR files.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah. The Mere Wife, a good recommendation on that one, I think. So for what I read, I tend to go for. It's always been since I was a little kid. It's been escapism for me. Like I specifically even love Portal Fantasy, just because it's that pure escapism, and it's still a bit of that for me. Like I don't tend to, at least the last few years, I just haven't had the bandwidth to read like heavy stuff, like dramatic quote mainstream fiction or anything like that. I like to depart from the world that we actually live in when I read. So I still keep coming back to science fiction, fantasy, and horror when I'm up for it, which isn't always. That's not always what you want to read. I have been tending more toward like finding strange approaches, like innovative approaches to those genres recently. Like to look at fantasy, for example, I've been less interested in high fantasy lately and more things like, has anyone read the Library at Mount Char by Scott Hawkins?
It is currently sitting on my shelf.
Yeah, that is one of just the strangest books, but it's like it'll haunt you, and not like in a bad way, but like it's just so different. It's such a different approach to fantasy, and it's such a strange book that you'll finish it. Like I found myself sitting at work the next day, just kind of staring at my desk, going, "What the hell just happened?" Like it was just really got stuck in my brain. So that's kind of been what I've been going for lately. Is one of two things: either something that's a novel approach to a genre that I'm already familiar with, typically speculative fiction, or something like the Final Architecture series I mentioned, or the Long Earth series by Terry Pratchett and Stephen Baxter, I think it is. Just stuff that's going to go on for a long time. It's just escapist science fiction, that I can just get lost in that world for an indefinite period. So that's where I go with it.
I too tend to veer towards science fiction fantasy and have most of my life with a sprinkling of horror in there. Although recently I went through my bookshelves and I decided I was going to put all my books that I hadn't read that I own into a jar and start just randomly.
Clever.
And if you follow me on TikTok, you'll see me choosing books out of Leonard the Skull. And I found that, my God, my taste in books is just everywhere. I currently pulled Saving Fish from Drowning by Amy Tan because it was sitting on my shelf. And so I'm like, that's just, well, I thought it was just standard literary fiction, but it turns out it's a bit paranormal. So, but yeah, my taste is, the only thing I don't generally pick up normally is just what I call gooey romance.
I'm a gooey romance girl. I love it all.
And I know people who they just go for the gooey romance, and I'm just like, that just doesn't appeal to me. But occasionally, I'll pick up a gooey romance, but yeah.
Okay, your turn. Yes.
For me, it's definitely historical in lots of different forms. So whether that's speculative fiction or not, I love history. I am a historian. I have too many degrees. And a lot of my work has been in history. I like seeing how people have lived and have negotiated society over time, and like where the similarities are and where the differences are, and how a world can feel really familiar and really alien to us at the same time. So historical fantasy, or heavily historically influenced fantasy. Kushiel's Legacy is one of the hallmarks for me. I think I also like history because it tends to be big, right? Like it tends to have an epic scope, and I love the big stories with lots of characters and lots of places. I read a lot of historical mysteries. I've gotten into this kick fairly recently, and there's some authors doing really fun historical mysteries.
I'm enjoying a historical mystery series now by Amanda Collins. That's sort of like a Victorian romance thing, and it's called The Lady's Guide to Mischief and Mayhem. And you might
Heard of
enjoy
this,
that.
yes. I've just been reading the Lady Darby mysteries by Annalee Huber,
Yeah.
which are set in like 1830s Edinburgh
Yeah.
region, and they're really fun. It's an era I don't know as much about, so it's been fun to explore it through that lens.
So what are you? You said Lady Darby's.
Lady Darby's mysteries by Annalee Huber
Uh-huh.
is a historical 1830s, and just there's so many things. There's
Yeah.
so many things in the historical fantasy realm. My buddy Rowena Miller wrote both her Unraveled Kingdom series. It's a second world, but it's very heavily influenced by the Age of Revolution in Britain and France. And then her most recent book is The Fairy Bargains of Prospect Hill, which is set turn of the century in our world, in Midwest sort of area. But there's fairies, and like I love things like that. I love seeing like what happens when you take history and then add magic or throw fairies at it, and I find that really fun.
I also enjoy that. So we've talked a little bit about that. Now I'm going to recommend another book to her, and I recommend it to y'all as well. If you have, how many of you read Mary Robinette Cowell's The Calculating Stars?
Yes.
Yeah. If you have not read it, it is amazing. You should absolutely read it. Also, she's a delightful human, and
She was our guest of honor last year.
yeah.
Mary Robinette is such a great person.
And I stalk her slightly, because I'm going to go to Chattacon because she's there in January. So that what is the best book you've read recently that is outside your genre of choice? Like I know you just read Amy Tan's book.
Yeah. Oddly enough, it was a YA romance called Felix Ever After, which is not only a YA romance, it deals with a trans teen named Felix Love who's finding love for the first time. And I picked it up for Pride Month. And because I try, even though I'm just an ally, I try to fill my June with stories that, are very diverse. And I just kind of fell in love with the character of Felix. It was like, oh, this is such a sweet character. Not totally outside of my genre. I don't read a whole lot of YA. And I don't read a whole lot of romance, but that really just it was a sweet story, and I really liked it.
All right, Jesse?
That's kind of a tough one because I haven't really gotten outside of my.
Oh, boy.
Lately, I've been like the last year or two. It's just been like, look, I got to stay in my lane. I don't have the bandwidth to get. I know what I like, and I don't have the.
It's been a hard world. I think the comfort read is totally legit, especially at this time.
Exactly.
What I can say though is what I have done is not necessarily gotten outside of my genres, but done a little bit of. And I think this, for me, it requires this kind of like intentionality to get outside of. Even within your own genre, getting outside of your own experience.
Yeah.
So I try to make it a point to seek out books that are written by and that feature people who are different from me. To get a little bit of that empathic experience and kind of see those perspectives. So one in that vein would be the short story collection Africa Risen, which was edited by our other guest of honor last year, Cherie Renee Thomas.
Uh-huh.
A fantastic collection of short stories. You largely classifiable as Afrofuturism, I would say, but a ton of there's so much creativity and quality in that short story collection, and it's a great place to start too because that's something when people are looking for, to get outside of let's say European mythology and just in your typical like straight white dude authors.
Mm-hmm.
some people say they kind of don't know where to look. There
Short
are
story.
places to look, and one good thing you can do is find a collection like Africa Risen, because that's going to be 15 to 20 authors right there that you may have never
Yeah.
heard of, that you can now see what they write and go look them up.
Yeah.
So.
Nicole Kurtz publishes a lot of excellent short story collections out there at Mocha Memoirs. So
She's our science fiction track director.
yeah, nice. So I totally recommend going there after you get here.
Okay, two. They're very different genres. One is that I do not usually read contemporary romance at all. Doesn't interest me that much. Except Olivia Dade has a series that is I've been calling it geek romance. The first one is spoiler alert, and it is very gratifying if you are someone who will die mad about the end of Game of Thrones, as I will, because the hero in it is essentially playing Jaime Lannister in a show of that kind and is very unhappy with the way things have gone. And the female lead is a cosplayer, and it's really quite charming. And the whole series, there are many digs taken at the showrunners of Game of Thrones.
That
which I
sounds
found.
fun.
But they were also really charming romances, and I really like them. And the heroines are all plus sized in that entire series, and the hero of the third is also a plus sized hero, which I thought was nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's really cute. My other one is, this is slightly older. It's a couple of years ago, but Jade City by Fonda Lee.
Oh,
Fonda's an amazing person, but when I heard the pitch for Jade City, I put off reading because I was like, I don't know, gangster stuff, sort of mob, Sopranos, but fantasy. I was like, I don't know if that's gonna be my thing. And it took me a little bit to get into the first one when I did start reading it, but then once I got past like the first 30 pages, I was completely hooked. Just absolutely immersed myself in it. So that it's Jade City, and then the sequels are Jade War and Jade Legacy. It's the Greenbone Saga. They're amazing. They are incredible. The way that she has the magic system set up, it comes from Jade. It's so interesting. But the characters are what just like tore into my heart. And there were things she was doing to them all throughout, but especially in the third one, that I'm like messaging her on Twitter being like, Fonda, what the hell are you doing to my child? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't do this. Why are you doing this? You made me cry on an airplane, Fonda. Like it was, they're so good. And so I'm so glad that I took that chance and read something that I didn't think was going to be for me from the pitch. And now it's something that I recommend all the time.
We all have a gateway drug into fantasy, right? Raise your hand if you have a gateway drug, a book that got you into fantasy. I'm going to start with you. What was your gateway drug into this genre fiction world? And it can, we like children's books here too, right? Like it can be like the fact that you enjoyed The Fairy Godmother in your Cinderella Little Pony book.
I think my first gateway was actually the movie of The Last Unicorn, which came out a few years before I was born, but I saw it when I was a very small child. And that's the earliest association with fantasy I can remember. But then the earliest real fantasy books I remember reading were the Dinotopia books for kids, which I thought I was really into dinosaurs. I was going to be a paleontologist until I realized that science is math, and I'm really bad at math. That was not going to work out for me. But as a kid, I wanted to move to Dinotopia so badly, and I wanted to ride Parasaurolophus in their parade with the flowers and everything. And I think that opened up for me a lot of worlds of like, the world doesn't have to be exactly what you see it is outside your door. You can imagine other things.
All right. Jesse, we'll go to you and then Carol.
Okay. So I think chronologically, the introduction had to come from the Chronicles of Narnia, because that's when I was becoming old enough to understand words. That was, my mom was reading the Chronicles of Narnia to me and my siblings. We'd go sit outside under a tree on a blanket outside the house, and she would read to us. And that's one of my earliest memories, is those stories, and just being like blown away by the imagination of it. And it's probably my introduction to Portal Fantasy in particular. But then I found, once I found the library, and I found that section. I grew up in a small town, so it wasn't a big section, but I found it. And I was going to go through everything in it, and I found some just odd little books even when I was still young. Things like a book I remember called "The Wonderful Flight to the Mushroom Planet."
Yeah.
And there's Bedknob and Broomstick, which a lot of people probably know. It's a lot of the Roald Dahl stuff, the BFG, like all these odd little fantasies. And then I found, I was probably about 7 or 8 years old, what's still to this day my favorite book ever, which is The Phantom Tollbooth by Norton Juster. I adore that book. That was the first one for me that was like it, because it's just chock full of wordplay and puns and everything. So it's very like linguistically creative, but also really good allegory, and it's this kind of all over the place, go through the toll booth in your That one was probably more than anything else made me like veer heavily into now I only want to read stuff about imaginary worlds.
The Hobbit. It's still my favorite book of all time. I read it every year in September, and I've probably read it like 40 times. I have Tolkien's initials tattooed on my shoulder.
It's a cool tattoo. Y'all can't see it, but it's really
yeah, I have Tolkien's initials in the Tree of Gondor on my shoulder. So yeah, The Hobbit, all the way The Hobbit.
For me, it was probably Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I know that's theoretically based in the real world, but we all know it's not.
Especially not if you read the sequels to it.
Yeah.
That's when the guys literally end up in space fighting space monsters.
So we talk a lot about what's a like. All right, so I'm gonna. Does everybody on the panel read at least a little science fiction? Okay, so for me, my most recent science fiction read was The Murder Bot by Martha Wells. Y'all hadn't read those, y'all should. What is like a good recent science fiction novel that folks should read that you think they'll love? And it doesn't have to be that recent, let's be honest. Calculating Stars, which I will always put as the best novel written in the last 10 years, is not a new science fiction novel, but
I'll definitely second the recommendations for the Lady Astronaut series and for Mary Robinette as a person.
Yeah.
And a science fiction one, although it's I'd say it's science fiction, but it's sort of science fantasy. Like I'm loving some genre blending stuff lately. Is a series called The Salvagers by Alex White. They're a writer from Atlanta now, previously Alabama. They've written a lot of novelizations or actually original novels in the Alien universe.
Yeah.
Into Charybdis and forget the name of the other, Cold Forge. But the Salvager series is 3 books. It's a complete series. It's already out, and it's this wonderful found family story with a lot of. Have you read it?
Yeah,
I'm seeing
first one,
nods
the
down
first
there.
one.
Yeah, and it stays great all the way through. And it's a really diverse cast of characters. Just across the board, and it's one of the ones. They talk about trying to hook a reader when it first starts. That the initial scene, you basically get dropped into the middle of a like futuristic sci-fi Formula One race. Like that's where it starts. It's the first couple of pages. You're already in the middle of just this colorful, fast-paced, really well-drawn out action. I was like, okay, you got me. I will keep reading this, and I loved it all the way through. It has a good fate of humanity, galaxy spanning stakes, but it's really good on the human scale. You get to know the characters, love them, follow them, and it has the found family kind of feel to it, which is something I love. So, Salvagers by Alex White is what I'd recommend.
Going back to Becky Chambers, her Wayfarer series is really good, but there's a novella that's kind of set within that world called To Be Taught If Fortunate that kind of encapsulated what I feel about space exploration, because it's about a group of explorers that they're not there to find a new homeworld for Earth. They're there simply for knowledge, and they try not to disturb anything. They're simply there just to view the planet, and that's how I feel we should approach exploration. We shouldn't be going to find some place for us to inhabit. We should just be there for knowledge, and I really just like that concept. And that was a wonderful little novella that she added there. So
I wish I had another Mary Robinette, which is The Spare Man.
I
came
got
out
that one. I
recently.
haven't read it
So
yet.
good. It's a murder mystery on a spaceship, and it's very heavily influenced by
The Thin Man.
The Thin Man, the Nick and Nora movies, the
Mhm.
old 1930s movies. So it's got that 1930s vibe, but it's on a spaceship, and it's lovely. I also just finished the second book in Kate Elliott's The Sun Chronicles. First one is Unconquered Sun, second one is Furious Heaven, and that is gender swapped Alexander the Great in space. And they're chonkers. Like, these are thick books. They are very, very large. It's a huge cast. It's really epic, but it's very space opera. You get interesting different points of view, and the way that she has reimagined like the Greeks and the Macedonians and the Parthians and everything in a galaxy is fascinating. It's a really cool method of faster than light travel that she's integrated. Really, really interesting like I said, chunky books. They're an investment, but a really worthwhile one.
Of time and probably a little money as well.
Yeah, well, not, I mean, money's it's sort of the same price as everything else, I think, but
Yeah.
but they're certainly a time investment. Like most Kindle books for me are like 4 to 5 hour reads.
Yeah.
This one was 17 when I
Oh,
opened it
boy.
up, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, that's a cat squash.
Yeah.
That's a,
So what I'm kind of doing here is I'm going to go through different genres and I'm going to ask folks to recommend. Is that cool?
fun. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So let's try urban fantasy next. What is an urban fantasy that you've read, and it doesn't have to be recently, that you really enjoyed and you thought was pretty good? Who wants to go first? I'm going to let people volunteer in case other people, like I'm looking at Jesse thinking, you probably need some time to think.
I can go on this one.
Okay.
And it's slightly strange urban fantasy because urban fantasy is usually of our world. You know, it's like usually Chicago or something.
Oh.
This is urban fantasy that's a second world, but it very much has the feel of an urban fantasy. It
Yeah.
has that like it is focused within this city, and that's my buddy Marshall Ryan Maresca's Meridain Saga, which is actually 4 intertwined trilogies that all take place in the city of Meridain. One is like a kid at Magic University. He's basically like Magic Batman, sort of. He's a vigilante who's defeating people. One is, the only 2 good law enforcement agents left in their corrupt agency trying to do something good. One is an antiquated order of peacekeepers, and the other is straight up heist. Like there's straight up heist novels with this found family of wild people in a really sort of dilapidated part of the city.
Yeah.
And Marshall gets the flavor of these neighborhoods so strongly and so well. And it's sort of an early modern technological level, but it definitely has that pacing and feel of urban fantasy.
Sounds good.
It's kind of cliche, and it's been a while since I read it, but it's one of my favorite urban fantasies, and that's Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman. I love the concept of a world beneath our feet. My favorite show growing up as a teenager was Beauty and the Beast, and I'm surprised that
I love that show. I watched it with my aunt.
I'm surprised no one found me wandering the sewers of New York City with a copy of Shakespeare going, Vincent, father? But yeah, that idea of that if you look around a corner, there's a whole new world, and Neverwhere just kind of captured that. And it's still my favorite Neil Gaiman. So
I'm glad you gave me the opening to do one that's not necessarily set in our situation. One that has a very urban fantasy flavor to it and is very like focused on the city in which it takes place that I've enjoyed a hell of a lot is the Gentleman Bastards series. Scott Lynch starts with The Lies of Locke Lamora, and that one is it's kind of like a heist crew sort of thing in a secondary world fantasy type of scenario, and when you mentioned Meridain, that kind of made me think of it. I was like, there's some crossover there.
Yeah, there's.
That's a great one. And then I'm gonna break the rules and bring up one that I've been really wanting to read, but that I haven't read yet. What's the one, the Sarah J. Maas that you were telling me about? Throne of Glass. That might have been it. Yeah.
We all know Sarah J. Maas here.
Okay. All right. That's one that's been very much on my radar to get into.
So I would call it maybe a dark romance. Would y'all agree? Yeah. So that works for urban fantasy too. Okay. We don't matter.
I'll cheat less and also say. Oh.
course, of course.
So you get the violence, but you also get the cute and
There's one more I forgot to and was just reminded of, which is a lot of stuff by Sean McGuire.
I was,
like
that's
the
what
October
I
Day
was about to say. I
series.
was like, I'm gonna cheat less and say Toby Day. Toby Day's a good set in San Francisco.
Okay, so let's do horror next.
I have to tap out because I read literally no horror.
That is perfectly fine. We're not requiring anybody to do it. I imagine
I'll
you
go.
you go.
Yeah. My Heart is a Chainsaw. Oh God, Steven, what's his name? I just blanked on his name.
That's okay. Just tell us about the book.
This is about each chapter. It has the same title as a horror movie, and tells the story of Jade, who's living in this small town, and she loves horror movies, like loves horror movies obsessively. Truly believes her life is going to turn into a horror movie, and then she meets what she believes is the final girl. This new girl comes to school, and she's like, "Okay, you're my final girl," and you don't know whether she is actually unhinged or not until things start happening in the town, and she actually isn't. It does become somewhat of a horror movie.
Oh, that's awesome. Do you want to go next?
Sure. So I had mentioned The Cabin at the End of the World. That's a quick read in the sense that it's a real page turner. Like once you get started, you're a few pages in, you're gonna finish the whole thing. It's a good thing it's a short read because you're not putting it down once you start. I also read, just going back to, this is be no surprise, but one of Stephen King's recent ones, Revival. I enjoyed that one a lot. That's a very, very creepy tale, but it's the type of Stephen King that I like best, which is where the main focus isn't on the horror elements of it. It's actually just character driven.
Yeah.
It's a very human story that happens to have that scary supernatural element to it.
Yeah.
But that's not even really the focus. Like he uses that. I think he's at his best when he uses the horror setup or the horror elements as the right setting to see how the characters would deal with it.
Yeah.
So Revival was a good one there. Then I recently read, there's this duology published as one book by John Horner Jacobs called A Lush and Seething Hell. That was a very sort of surreal, dark. It's two completely separate stories, each novella length, I would say, and they're just really engrossing. They're dark and strange and just very memorable. So that's called A Lush and Seething Hell by John Horner Jacobs.
And since you're tapping out, I'm going to give recommendations. If that's cool.
It's your call. I think you should.
Okay, so this is also historical fantasy horror. It's Jessica Nettles wrote a book called The Children of Menlo Park that is absolutely fantastic. It is the first female Pinkerton detective who dies and becomes a ghost detective, and she's working with this arcane being named Shadow and like Nikola Tesla and a couple of other quote unquote top Samuel Clemens. That's the word I was going to say. That Mark Twain. And they're fighting a like intrinsic horror that Thomas Edison is basically trying to raise Cthulhu. So I recommend that book. And if you want to read something like that, it's delightful. I also love John's Bubba books. I started reading them before Falstaff was a thing, and they make me laugh every time. You have to buy the first two together because the second one contains the Sasquatch dick fight, which remains the funniest horror thing I have ever read, and it made me fall off my couch laughing.
Not words I expected to hear in the same sentence.
You should watch his movie. I didn't think I'd be watching gnome porn, but there it was.
So that's my recommendation as somebody who jumps in on that.
Incidentally, My Heart is a Chainsaw is Stephen Graham Jones.
Oh
Yeah. Did he also write The Final Girls Club, or was that a different Graham?
That's Grady Hendrix.
Grady Hendrix.
Stephen Graham
Hendrix
Jones
is a lot
also
of
wrote The Only Good Indians because he's a Native American author.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Also, this won't have to go on your shelf because it's delivered in audio form. But if you're looking for some horror, like good horror bites, some stories in the Nightlight podcast, got to plug our friend Tanya Ransom. the Nightlight podcast is fantastic, as is Afflicted, which is a serialized horror drama. But Nightlight is more, it's specifically Black authors of horror will submit their stuff, and when it's approved, then Tanya performs it on as a podcast. So yeah, if you want to hear stuff rather than read it on your drive or whatever, Nightlight is a great horror podcast.
I'll put that on my list. So we've done urban fantasy, we've done horror. Let's do mystery next.
I gotta tap out on that one.
You got to tap out on that one. It
think
can
so,
be,
yeah.
it can be supernatural mystery.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. So, who wants to go on that one?
Okay, this isn't necessarily a great book, but it was such an interesting read. I went through my my Audible list, and the first Audible I ever purchased, and I don't know why, was The Dead Mountaineers Inn, written in the 1930s by a couple of brothers who are generally science fiction authors. But it's a closed room mystery where they're stranded in an inn and somebody dies. And it goes along fairly normally for a closed room mystery, but the ending went completely insane. And I did a little research on the authors, like, oh, they write science fiction. That's why it went insane. But it's a very interesting read. It's not a great book, but it was really interesting. And that was The Dead Mountaineers Inn.
So I mentioned a couple already, like Mary Robinette's The Spareman is a mystery. Toby Day series has most of them are mystery plots. But one I read recently that was really great and really different is The Sleepless by Victor Manibo. And it's sci-fi mystery. I don't even quite know how to even explain it. It's all through there is a section of society that has taken a drug that basically allows them to not only allows them to never sleep, but they can never sleep. They literally cannot sleep. They're the sleepless. And the point of view character is one of them, and he is trying to get to the bottom of how this came to be, and it unravels things about his own. So part of the mystery is inside his own memory as well as the external world, and it's just really fascinating and really gripping. And once you start getting into it, you're like, well, I have to know. I have to get to the bottom of this with him, which is really fun.
So, have you had time to think?
Yeah, I still don't have anything really good on mystery, but there is one which I don't think really is a mystery, but there's enough mystery elements in it that I want to shoehorn it in here because it's one of my favorite books ever.
We're flexible here.
You
So
seem
shoehorn
pretty
it right in.
forgiving as a panel. But there's some mystery element to it, which is it's a novella called "This Is How You Lose the Time War"
Oh yeah,
by
good choice. Good choice.
Amal El-Matar and Max Gladstone. It's one of my favorite books ever. And to me, there is a sort of mystery element to it, but you're seeing a mystery from both sides in a way, because it's these two characters who never really meet, and they're writing letters back and forth, and so there's a lot of unreliable narrator stuff going on, and you're trying to figure out who's really doing what, and there is a big question, a big mystery about who's what and how is it going to end, and so it's not full-on mystery, but I just I wanted to get that recommendation in there somehow because it's really just a delightful book to read.
That we are happy to let you shoehorn whatever you need to shoehorn. So you mentioned Portal Fantasy earlier, and there's a big movement towards Portal Fantasy lit RPG game lit stuff. Do any of you read that, or am I asking too much?
Some of the Portal stuff, I have no idea I honestly don't even know what lit RPG is. I've heard the term, and I've always been too scared to ask.
I'm going to be honest. Some people are very narrow in their view of what lit RPG is. So I prefer to use the term game lit, which means that it is sort of based on D&D magic, sort of, and using that to tell a story. And there's some good people who do it. Drew Hayes wrote a series called NPCs that I'm a big fan of. The first book is NPCs. I think it's Sword, Stealth, and something is the series title, but it's very good. Jesse, you mentioned Portal Fantasy type stuff. Do you have one off the top of your head that you'd like to recommend?
I'm trying to think of if I've come across anything recent because there are a ton of them that take that sort of Portal thing. There's the Fiona of our Tapestry, like Hay, that one I enjoyed a lot. On lit RPG, has anyone heard of Dungeon Crawler Carl?
Yes. I've got that one. I haven't read it yet, but it's literally on my bookshelf.
Okay. I just been here, like, that's one of those ones I'm putting off because I'm like, I know I'm going to get hooked as soon as I do it, but I have friends, like, regularly messaging me, like, have you done it yet? Have you listened? Have you checked it out?
John has insisted I read it, so thus I know it's good.
But that's, I guess, that like the Fiona of Our Tapestry and things like that are a little old school. I'm trying to think if there's anything recent that I've read. I didn't realize that there has been much. I haven't been coming across a whole lot.
A lot of lit RPG and stuff use that portal fantasy trope to get people into the world.
One that I can recommend a lot that it is actually, it's kind of funny because it was the basis for D&D. If anyone has read, this is from a long time ago, but the Dying Earth series by Jack Vance.
Oh yeah.
That's a good one if you want to get some background to the lit RPG thing, because they literally, like, the deity Vecna, VECNA, is an anagram of Vance. That was tribute to Jack Vance, and that's one of the most fun story series I've ever read, especially the Kugel the Clever parts of it, the Eyes of the Overworld and Kugel Saga. So if you're into that game oriented stuff, that could be a really fun thing to read, to see what really generated the atmosphere and the basic structure of D&D. That's where you get some of the mechanics, like people only being able to hold a spell in their mind long enough to use it once. Like there's yeah, exactly. So going back and you can get it. What I would recommend looking for is one that's called The Complete Dying Earth. You get it in a single volume. It's actually kind of hard to come by, oddly, but just get all of it in one and read it all the way through. So.
Carol or Cass?
I can't really speak to lit RPG. If we're talking portal fantasy, just like Chronicles of Narnia, going from one place to another type.
Yeah,
portal
that's
fantasy?
I just sort of looped them together because I figured not
One
everybody is into lit
of
RPG.
the most recent books that kind of surprised me of how much I liked it was Fairy Tale by Stephen King.
Yeah, that was great. That's the one I was trying to think of.
Yeah, which is not horror. There's some horror elements to it because it's Stephen King, but it is almost straight fantasy, and it's very much portal fantasy. And I really liked it.
It's almost even playing on portal fantasy trope itself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alex E. Hero has a few that I enjoyed. Spindle Splintered and A Mirror Mended are both, they're novellas, so they're shorter, and they're both fairy tale based portals, which are really interesting. Alex also wrote The 10,000 Doors of January, which it broke my little heart. It really did. It's a very emotional read, but if you are someone who has never stopped looking for portals, as I am, it'll get you. It'll get to you hard. And I think in the same vein as that, Shauna McGuire's Wayward Children series.
Fantastic.
They're so good. And it's just like the 13-year-old in me who just constantly wandered the woods hoping to trip into a fairy portal.
Oh, amen.
Like, just really got to me there.
For me, it was Outlander that really made me want to go into the woods and touch a stone and have things happen to me. Time travel.
I love the way that in the Wayward Children series in particular, Shannon approaches the portal thing, like acknowledges right up front, almost sets the stage by saying, we all want these portals. Like it's acknowledging that it's something that we all really wish would happen. I like going into it like that, and like really acknowledging up front that yes, this is something to be desired.
All right. I know I'm the romance writer on the panel, so perhaps the other people have not read as much as I have. Do y'all have romance recommendations? It can be paranormal. You mentioned spoiler alert.
Yeah.
So if you've got others,
there are some that I really enjoy books. I read some like historical romances, different authors. Courtney Milan.
Good choice. I love her.
Lisa Kleypas is an old favorite of mine. That I've been reading Lisa Kleypas for like.
I started reading her in the 90s. I'm there with you.
Me too. And Olivia Waite does queer historical historical fantasies historical romances that I think are really, really charming and lovely. I also tend to look for historical romance subplots in the fantasy that I read. C.L. Polk's Witchmark series has some great stuff. Freya Marsk. I can't remember the name of the series, but Freya Marsk. I like that as a subplot in a fantasy story. So it might not be structured like a romance. It might not have the exact things you expect from a straight up romance, but having those undercurrents, I think, is something I really, really enjoy and look for.
And I'm really excited that we're getting lots more of like queer romances in that as well.
Me
I think
too.
the fantasy genre is doing a nice job centering those.
I'm going to give a couple of recommendations while y'all think, if that's okay.
Mhm.
My favorite paranormal romance writer is Nalini Singh. She writes the Side Changeling series, and that morphs into the Trinity Accord series, and she does not write fast enough for me. I buy her books the day they come out because that is the way you should do. But it's got some fated mates, but the assholes aren't alpha holes. The alpha holes aren't the alphas aren't alpha holes. They're just generally people who want to protect others. So that's and there's some fated mate in there too. It's good. I enjoy it. I recommend those. Now, have I vamped enough?
Well, I've already mentioned Felix Ever After, which is probably the first straight romance. It's not a straight romance. But a book I read that has a nice romance woven into it is House on the Cerulean Sea by T.J. Klune. That's just a wonderful, wonderful book. But I'm looking through my Goodreads now. I'm like, oh, I could have used that for horror. Oh no, there's the urban fantasy.
That's
I
why
was
I've had
looking
my
for.
story graph up this whole time.
Yeah,
Cheating.
So urban fantasy. Can I throw out Thistlefoot? Oh my God, Thistlefoot is so great. A couple of circus siblings inherit Baba Yaga's cottage.
I love the concept of that. That's amazing.
It literally walks. Thistlefoot. It's by Jenna Rosa Nethercroft. It's really great. They literally inherit a walking cottage. It's great. But yeah, the House on the Cerulean Sea is just, it's about a child welfare person who's checking on an orphanage that houses like unusual children, including the son of Satan.
That's a good pitch for that book. I like that.
But he's not as bad as you think he is.
So I should have saved This Is How You Lose the Time more for this one. It's more of a
That's
romance.
also a romance.
I was gonna get it in one way or another. But that to me it really is one of my favorite romances. It's the structure of it. It's the epistolary style where you got it's letters back and forth between these two characters, Red and Blue. I won't get into the plot of it or anything, but the way that their interaction develops over time, just through these letters, and the way you see it, like the changes in their tone, the changes in the way they talk to each other, it's just brilliantly developed, and it's written by two different authors. Like it's almost like as if they were writing back and forth to each other. I loved watching that interaction. It's just that one got to me in a great way. Also, when you mentioned earlier was the Kushiel's Legacy series. There is some of my favorite romance. It's not a romance series exactly, although there
it's
are
not
some
structured
elements.
like a romance novel, but there is a romance plot to it.
Yeah, it's known for certain romantic elements. Yeah.
Yes.
But there are some of my favorite romances in there, like Phaedra and Jocelyn, which by the way, new Jocelyn book coming out.
I know.
So I'm excited about that.
I have the arc. I just haven't read it yet.
But then one that doesn't get talked about as much is it's actually 9 books in that group, right? So the first 3, the Phaedra ones are talked about more. I thought I think it was in the Imriel trilogy. There was the sort of like unrequited. There's an unrequited romance there that was just agonizing. Like it was so well done. Like just the tension and eventual resolution of it was just wonderfully done. They're fantasy books and with a lot of historical elements, but really strong romance elements too.
And I'm going to recommend one more book because one of the things I like that romance authors have been doing is they've been featuring more disabled characters and more interestingly neurodivergent characters. And there is an author named Jennifer Ashley who wrote a book called The Madness of Lord Ian Mackenzie. And the hero is written as autistic, and it was one of the best done romances that I've read in the last couple of years. I recommend that one if you're into historical romance. It's beautifully done. That whole Mackenzie series is great. I am happy to say. So I think we've covered science fiction, we've covered horror, we've covered urban fantasy, we've covered mystery, we've covered romance. I think what's left is epic fantasy or historical fantasy, or maybe in that range. What do y'all think? Do you have? I mean, obviously, we all love the Lord of the Rings, right? Like, or at least tolerate it enough. So, do you have anything?
One of the best books I've read in the last year-ish was R.F. Kuang's Babel,
Mhm.
or The Necessity of Violence in Arcane History. Uh, it's historical fantasy. It's not fully epic, but it does have a very large scope. It's brutal. It is a hard book to read, especially as a white person, and it should be, and that is good and necessary. It's just brilliant. It's quite simply absolutely brilliant. And something else it's YA epic scale that I just love, and I haven't had a chance to read the second one yet, but the first one was amazing. Legend Born, which is Arthuriana, but in the modern South with black girl magic, and
That's got to be on my list.
it's so good. The first one was so good. I haven't had a chance to read the second one yet, but it's fantastic. I love Arthuriana. I love new spins on Arthuriana, and this one is just chef's kiss amazing.
Okay, so I have a pretty straightforward high fantasy book called The Coward by Sivad Aryan, I believe his name is, which tells the story of a young man who saved his land from a bunch of ice creatures, and then several years later the ice creatures come back, so they call on him to do it again, and he asks for payment, and it's like, yeah, we'll pay you, and he was just going to take the money and run until he meets another young man who kind of guilt trips him into saving the land again. I haven't read the follow up. It's sitting on my shelf staring at me, called The Warrior, but it's really just very, very good fantasy. And then I read a book. It's not fantasy. It's more historical fiction, called The Story of Silence, which is about okay, so this lord inherits land through a marriage, and they decide that since this is like childbirth and motherhood is very kind of dangerous, they decide that when she has the baby, they're going to say it's a boy no matter what, so he can keep the land. And Silence is born a girl. They name the child Silence, and they say it's a boy, and they ship Silence off to be trained as a knight. But Silence grows up wanting to be a knight and figures out a way to do that, and that's their tale. And their mother actually dies in childbirth, and then their father remarries and actually has a son. So Silence becomes kind of this we're just going to keep Silence off to the side, even though they are technically the firstborn. But that was a really good book.
I've got a couple that are just have been fantastic to me. One of my favorite series ever is the Broken Earth series by N.K. Jemisin.
Oh,
I think
God,
that's
yes.
some of the best
Oh, yes.
fantasy
Yes,
ever
yes.
written. She's
I didn't even think of
incredible.
that. Oh, damn.
Also, the 100,000 Kingdoms, also by Jemisin. That's a good one too. But the Broken Earth absolutely just captivated me. It won the best novel Hugo 3 years in a row.
Yeah, she
First
got the
person
hat
to
trick.
Ever do that.
Yeah.
And I knew it too. Like there was no after I read it, and I was like, done deal. Like I'd hate to be nominated that same year. But it's an absolutely incredible series. It's different than anything I've ever read. She knew what she was doing and wrote this like so sure-handedly that she was actually able to pull off second person present tense in a way that worked.
Wild.
Like yeah, it was amazing. I mean, it's one of the boldest, most inventive, just absolutely captivating fantasy series. I love that one. And then another one from I'm going to plug our one of our author guests of honor at Multiverse this year, Rebecca Roanhorse, the Sixth World series, then also the Between Earth and Sky series, which is currently being written. That's Black Sun, Fevered Star is out, and then I think the next one's coming out this fall. I'm not sure, but either one of those by Rebecca Roanhorse, Sixth World or Between Earth and Sky. Those are both great series.
Okay, so do we have any questions from the audience? All right, it's not, look, we've got 8 minutes left, so I'm going to ask y'all, what's the one book that you haven't talked about today already that you want to recommend? And then tell people where they can find you on the internet and your stuff on the internet. So,
I'll go first. I want to recommend Hollow Kingdom. I picked up this book from the library thinking it was a fantasy book, but it wasn't. It was a horror book. But it's told from the point of view of a crow named, and apologize for the language, but his name is Shit Turd, and it's about the zombie apocalypse told from the point of view of this bird who has made it his mission to save all of the pets that are trapped inside houses because
Aw.
their humans have gone zombie. And
That's adorable.
and him and his dog buddy go and save animals. I haven't read the second book, Feral Creatures, but the first book just surprised the heck out of me because I was expecting fantasy. And it just started right off with this bird cursing. And I'm like, okay, I kind of love this. Yep. And you can find me at geekradiodaily.com, guardiansofthegeekery.com, and I'm also on paprikanetwork.com.
The book that I will shout about that I haven't had a chance to yet is The Inheritance of Orquídea Divina by Zoraida Cordova, who is an amazing person, just generally. And this is it's a magical realism centered around one particular family, and so it has all those great family dynamics. It's very emotional, but it's just so beautifully written that you just want to absorb the book just like right into your face. So I love that. Highly recommend that. One of the best things I've read in the last year or so. Where to find me? You can grab a card. It's got a QR code on it that will take you to my link tree, which will get you to my website, all my socials, where I yell about books a lot. Especially my Substack right now is where I'm doing a lot of my book recommendations. Every newsletter I do, I like what I've read lately, and I'm starting to do a new feature called In Case You Missed It, which is basically things from the backlist, things that are more than 1 or 2 years old that, hey, you might still enjoy it. This was inspired by the Bigalisticalus moment on Twitter a few weeks ago, which if you don't know what it is, just Google it. It's hysterical and wild. So just trying to get more love of books out there. So yeah, the QR code will take you to all the places to find me on the internet.
A few that I'd recommend if you're looking for something that's some upbeat science fiction, a little bit in the space opera style, kind of that hope punky feel. A lot of stuff by Kat Rambo, specifically their recent release, You Sexy Thing. That's a solid book. The upcoming releases, the space opera from Maurice Brodus, Sweep of Stars, starting with Sweep of Stars. Maurice is, y'all met Maurice before?
Yes, he's so
Love
charming.
that dude. Best hugs in the world. Absolutely
I
the
have
best.
to investigate that further.
Oh yeah, that's great. And then there was one other. Just a second. Oh yeah, so there's a short story collection, speculative fiction short stories by Cherie Renee Thomas, who is someone to absolutely. I mean, she's becoming a titan of the field quickly. It's called 9 Bar Blues. That's a collection of her short stories. And then also, Cherie also helped out with the editing of the short story collection, The Memory Librarian by Janelle Monáe, which is based in the world of the Dirty Computer album, the
Nice.
critically acclaimed album that Janelle released. So, yeah, The Memory Librarian is another good one to check out.
So where can they find you?
Oh, all the information you would need to find on Multiverse Convention, which again is in October in Atlanta, is at multiversecon.org, and we're on all the socials at MultiverseCon.
All right, and I am Vicky. I don't have any socials to prompt, but I come to a lot of conventions, so you may see me around. I will be at the Multiverse panel. I've been selected as a quote unquote guest. I volunteered to teach people how to make junk journals. So if you come to Multiverse, maybe you can learn how to make junk journals. So there we go. That's it. Thank y'all for coming. I've had a great con. I hope y'all have. And we look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. That was great.
Yeah, I love this kind of panel. It's my favorite thing to do, and I was very excited when they let me do this year.
Well, you're good at moderating.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
good.
Everyone is great at moderating.
Yeah,
You're good
and
at that.
That was good.
you can put me on any moderation panel you want.
So now we know
Believe
that.
me, I
Yeah.
made that note.
Yep. Yeah, I just went and met the dude to get him a shirt.
Do we have one?
Yeah, he actually wanted either a 3X or a medium, so I found all the 3X. He was a great way to end the convention.
Yeah.
And then he was like, I actually would like to see my wife in that medium right there.
that'll be
I was
okay,
like,
right?
cool. The dragon. Yes, that is the one. Yeah. Always the one.
Nice to meet you. Multiverse Con sounds really fun. I don't know if I'll be playing it this year.
Ta-da!